you're going to find yourself then passed by multiple cars, as I mentioned earlier on. So you're off in a very precarious situation, but he often finds himself in these places. Doesn't qualify as well as he races. Only
up front, they are getting a weird, but Lee Aberdeen and Luca Varani not very far apart at all here. But I just want to see how Alistair Haig deals with Marcello Kessler coming around the old hairpin.
And I would say it's not the best decision they've ever made, just not having done that under the safety car, really.
Yeah, they're taking their pit stop strategies from Ferrari lately or something. What's going on?
In turn one, just too much gas on them, too much feet on the out pedal, and unfortunately he's dropped him all the way down the order. But Philip Hammer is out in front by an 8.91 seconds. Oh, Dan Michael is a wall there, sir. And it definitely doesn't want to be hitting that earlier on as well.
Difficult, the understeer is in the dirty air through that final corner because it's such a long corner and you get dragged off into the grass very easily. He'll have the slipstream down towards the chicane. Peterson was briefly alongside, but that slipstream has saved him and kept him in third.
Yeah, Varani now lost a little bit of time to Aberdeen, about half a second. Peterson is Pike's pushed more and forward up ahead. He's got out of line. It's now Pike could have a go. Werrell, don't push him off. He's in the championship fight. Jack Werrell chasing down Carl Jacklin. Further down, Rob Williams and Chris Barnes.
Sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's come back into play. Exactly. Miller's just such a he's such a second and change. All of a sudden Miller's back in play.
Moving on to the back end of Bill Jocelyn. So there's been a lot of movers and shakers in this first 2 laps here for race.
Absolutely serious racing league. Everybody's the one to have fun. Yeah. And
It's all about the entertainment.
so I hope
So
everybody is enjoying themselves out there in the chat. We know that Ron is enjoying himself
Oh,
watching the Burger King machines off into the grass a little bit there. Is that really bunching up now?
Hello everybody and welcome to the FTR Events TT Series here from Detroit. It's another endurance race, 4 hours in length this time round after our opening round at the Portimao Grand Prix circuit on the 7th of September. After 6 hours of racing, overall it was RPM Racing who took a 1-2 on that occasion. taking the full complement of points that go with them. Well, we've still got a very long way to go in our championship that runs right the way to the start of February, where we've got a double-header to end off the season at Zandvoort and Mid-Ohio. But time for the first of 3 American races. And it's at Belle with myself, Ian Leary, and James Parfitt alongside me. We've been looking forward to this because of the proximity of the barriers, because of the potential action that we're going to get. It's going to be very, very lively for 4 hours.
It definitely is. This is going to be an exciting... I've been looking forward to this one. I missed the first round, so I was gutted about that. But now I'm here, and what a round to come back to. What could go wrong? Multi-class at Belle, and they're all relatively the same pace as well. Earlier on in the practice session, it was 10 seconds between the GT3s and the TCRs, with the GT4s in the middle, of course, sitting about 7 seconds behind the GT3s.
Yeah, let's see how they get on in traffic. Let's just remind you, of course, how they got on in the first round. This was how TCR finished when we had 6 participants. We only got 5 of these today, but it was Sim Racing Grid Phoenix who took the win and the 25 points. Hujas Yellow took second ahead of Goryeo Motor Autosport. The Apex is Lava Tail Racing, of course, that we broadcast also on JPB, of course. They finished 4th. Hujas Blue finished in 5th, ahead of Fun Wheel Drive, finishing in 6th position. It is they. It is not those 6 again, though, I should add. GT4 was won by Enosis Esports. GT4, followed by Talk Freak Racing in the end. WEM White finished 3rd, ahead of Hujas Gold, and then the Motor Racing Academy finishing in 5th. Hujas Black was 6th, ahead of Treehouse Racing, Simrace Sweden Esports, Butcher Motorsports, and Eagle Speed Academy Esports in the top 10. Of course, anyone outside the top 10 doesn't score any points. Everyone today, though, will score points, as there are only 9 of them. Only 9 of GT3 AMs last time round. Eagle Speed Academy won, ahead of Art Racing Team. Art Sim Racing, I should say. RPM Racing Purple finished in 3rd place. Couldn't quite replicate their GT3 Pro success. Equipment Geek Racing ahead of 11th Racing Team, with Squadra Veloce Bravo finishing in 6th place ahead of Eagle Speed Academy Esports Sunday Drivers, and DDK by Eagle Speed Academy finishing in 9th position. There are 9 of them again today. And in GT3 Pro, where there are more points available, of course, RPM Racing took a 1-2 ahead of Hujas White. RPM Racing were in the top 5 as well. 4th place for their blue FTR team, with Blue Chip Racing rounding out the top 5. Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle, nice team name. 6th place for them, ahead of Eagle Speed Academy. Art Sim Racing the 2nd, along with RPM Racing. There's a lot of them. They were 9th, ahead of Stage 1 Racing, who finished 10th and 11th. The Gitman Geek Racing in 12th, ahead of GDK in 13th. Digitrax in 14th, out of 11th Racing, Squadra Veloce Bravo, Eagle Speed Academy, and MRC Endurance running out the top 18. Sunday Drivers were 19th with Fabulous Ford Skin. That's very nice. Fabulous Ford Skin Racing, that's good. In 20th position. As far as I'm aware, the top 20 will be getting points, and so that's where you see Sunday Drivers at the back with just the 1 point. As I mentioned, there are not quite 20 on the grid this time round. It's actually a slightly smaller grid than what we saw in Portimao, but I was saying to you before, James, that might actually be a good thing around this very cramped circuit.
It's going to be an amazing thing. Okay, these guys are going to live to the day that there's 38 on the racetrack, okay? Any more than that at Belle Isle, forget about it. It's going to be absolutely chaotic already, to be blatantly honest with you. And I think this is going to be no better as well. Couple of penalties to pick up on. RPM Racing Purple, FTR had a qualifying ban on their one, and that was for the wrong team ID. And Eagle Speed Academy Esports #G, I believe, have had a qualifying ban as well for the wrong car number showing. So they all need to make sure that they've got them details ready to go here, and unfortunately them two teams will cop a quali ban. So we'll see how they get on and where they come out on the grid. It's going to be an interesting one, I think, with this one, Mr. O'Leary. I've been thinking about this, and I've been thinking, what could go wrong? And I thought, well, let's put that question to Ewan and see what he can come up with. What can go wrong multi-class at Belle Isle?
Well, what can't? I would say a lot can go wrong in multi-class at Belle Isle. I think it's a great idea, by the way. The thing I really like about this series is the endurance racing at circuits that don't have endurance racing very often, neither in real life or as a result in iRacing. Now, Portimao not really part of that category where we open the season. That's a bit of a nice one to ease you in. But there's no easing you into this one at Belle. We do see multiclass in IMSA, of course, but this is an entirely different set of cars to IMSA. Jerez don't see very much in multiclass racing at all, neither just Sonoma that we're going to at the end of this year, Zandvoort at the beginning of next, or Mid-Ohio, although IMSA does go there, I suppose, but Zandvoort especially used to have a 12-hour endurance race, doesn't any longer, so very interesting tracks, I think, and so I've been really looking forward to this as a result of that. The fact we're using circuits that don't get multi-class action very often, I think that's a great thing. It will help us keep interested throughout the rounds of this series. And of course, the endurance races are not too long either. They're not, 24-hour races by any means. Just 4 hours in the middle of the season, 6 hours at most. Helps it keep it sort of a manageable distance for absolutely everybody as we bolt forward in towards the race. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Charlie Nielsen takes the pole position ahead of Patrick Gannon as RPM Racing taking 1-2 here. It's an Audi front 4 rows as we reset ourselves. There we are. Scott Kimbrough and Stefan Jones are on row 2 with then the first non-Audi. That is Kevin Daniels in the Porsche ahead of Yeshua Yunus, another Audi. Then it's Alex Coffard in 7th place ahead of Gilles Philippart, who is in 8th, the first of the AM teams there. It's Leonardo Dracotta and Francisco Barrenuevo rounding out the top 10 with Thomas Dunn and Ilas de Vries rounding out row 6. Then 13th place will be taken on overall by Eva van der Linden is Tyler Campbell alongside him with Carl Mundell and Stefan de Laguin on row 8. They're the 2nd and 3rd in AM. Kevin Turns is 4th there with Glenn Grondlers and Preston Michaels. Then Ian Cable rounding out the top 20. Lorenz de Villager and Kevin Sufro is in 22nd ahead of Hans Blankart. Chris Van Goos is next up. That's row 12. 25th is Brad Crouch, followed by the pole-sitting GT4. David Barraclough for Talk Freak Racing is alongside Jorge Correa with Dan Peples, who we know well, of course, on JPB in 3rd place. Ricardo Michalewski and Antonio Alvarez round at the top 30, with Shane Cameron and Julian Caresis in the next row. It's Justin Delano and Justin Michaela on the back row of the GT4s. Ian Bertolucci is alongside Tyler Agostino on the front of TCR with Ryan Chevalier, Evan Campbell and Ron Wolf rounding out the field. The entire field, as that graphic says, separated by 11.5 seconds. It's not a huge spread of field, but it's not a huge circuit either, as we're about to find out. They're just gridding up on the back straight. I think they're about to set off on their way. And very shortly, we will be underway for the 4-hour race. Not sure how important the actual start is going to be, but of course the qualifying session will be very, very important. That's just gone. And we've got a bit of extra time to talk about it as well, because we're doing an extra pace lap here ahead of this race before we probably get the 4 hours underway.
Yeah, we're going to get that in as well. They have been instructed they've got to leave at least a 5-second gap between each class. So obviously the GT3s can go together with the AM and Pros, and then of course we're going to have the GT4s, and then they'll leave a gap, and then the TCRs at the back. Now we normally talk about multi-class and say, oh, the GTPs are going to catch them within about 5 minutes. Well, we're not going to have that in here, are we? It's going to be a bit of a longer time before the GT3s start going through the TCRs. Of course, unless any of the TCRs have any problems.
Of course, yes. There are not many of them. I suspect, though, James, that would be the class you would elect to go for.
What, TCRs?
You were driving it? Yeah, TCR.
I probably would, to be fair. I probably would. I'm not going to lie. I've been started driving the supercar V8s as well. Oh, brother, are they a car and a half? I've got to be honest about that. I'd love to see them in a multi-class, because that would be absolutely amazing. But I think out of all of them, I'd probably go the Audi and the TCRs, McLaren in the GT4, the McLaren or the Corvette in GT3 if I was out there, but I'm not good enough to be sitting in GT3 AM. I might as well go at the back, to be blatantly honest.
It's maybe some of the thought process that some of the others have gone for. However, I want to take a look at some of the names in GT4 actually, because that's a really high class field actually here. David Barraclough, for example, is a really storied GT4 driver. He's been at Talk Freak Racing for as long as I can remember, to be honest, on iRacing. really strong GT4 driver, always seems to be in the Mercedes as well. Jorge Carrera is one of the best in GT4 as well, especially at this kind of level for Enosis Esports. Of course, we know Dan Papels, who's qualified third there in GT4 as well. Simrace Sweden are a strong team. I know they don't always race in international series where there's lots of different nationalities like this one. They can sometimes race just nationally with other Swedes, but actually when they do venture out themselves can be very strong, and Dan's got a good chance to start from there. Although I saw him in a race on Thursday, by the way, Talladega, he had a notification come up in the middle of his screen which caused quite a large accident for himself, and so hopefully that doesn't happen to him again, because that would always worry me in the races afterwards when there's a notification flashing up on your screen.
Yeah, he was doing Dega, wasn't he, for the Swedish league he was in. How did he get on in general, apart from the notification that said he crashed?
Can't remember. He didn't win.
Oh, okay.
All right, then.
No, well, at the end of the day, as long as he did it right, that's all that matters, isn't it? You know, Dega's tough, full speed, 200 miles an hour. It's very, very tough. And as long as did he finish though?
Can't remember that either.
Oh, gee whiz! Did you actually watch any of it? Oh, blimey, Mr. O'Leary.
It's my memory, to be honest. It's not very good. So there you go. No, I don't know. It's Talladega. I don't know who got involved in a crash. Each one had about 20 drivers involved in it.
So so it's quite horrendous then. Sounds like an official.
Well, yeah, not quite that bad, but you know, not great either. So there you go. Anyway, let's go from Talladega and move slightly up north to Detroit, shall we? And get on with this race. 4 hours ahead of us in the FTR Endurance GT Series. It's round 2 of the Endurance Championship, and we are absolutely ready to go, ready to rumble. It is going to be a bit of a rumble here in Detroit. The Belle circuit has been around for some time now, and it's a wonderful track to go racing. But what happens? We put 3 classes on: GT3, GT4, and TCR, all on at the same time. It's Audi who have dominated in qualifying, and RPM Racing, who have dominated so far this season at the Portimao Grand Prix last month. But how can they continue that dominance here on the streets of Belle? The green flag waves, 4 hours of racing is underway, and it's the red Audi that gets underway cleanly first of all. The black car trying to pull in front of Empire Racing and Scott Kimbrough couldn't quite do that, but still holds on to second place nevertheless as they take things tentatively through the first chicane. Empire Racing now on the defensive from Backmarker, who go on the outside line, also in an Audi. They're not going to get anywhere though, and they stay fourth as the GT4s get underway. It's a mostly Mercedes field at the front here, of course. David Barraclough getting off to a good start for Top Freak Racing. Yeah, he's just got away at the moment. He really needed to do that once again. In the TCRs at the back, this is Sim Racing Grid with huge ass blue Scuderia Grouch in behind them there. Again, Ian Bertolucci absolutely flying, the Brazilian at the moment, and got that car set and gone. And as we go round into turn 3, it'll be interesting to see if anybody's close enough. They're not close enough this time. But yeah, RPM Racing Red, FTR flying at the moment out in front, opened up a second gap over their black teammates. Yeah, that's 2 teammates running 1 and 2 in the exact order that they were in the opening race at Portimao. So it's a good start for them, followed by Empire Racing, then Black Marker at Razzle Dazzle. It's DDK by Eagle Speed Academy, who round out the top 5 with RPM Racing's blue car in 6th place. Then 7th, it's Alex Cofford for Hughes White with Aspire Competition and Osis FTR and Blue Chip Racing. All of those top 10, by the way, in GT3 Pro have stayed in the same positions through the opening lap. Yeah, there isn't many movements at all, to be blatantly honest with you. I think that's the thing. Hans Blankart, stage 1, is up 4 places. He's made up 4 there. The GT3 Pro McLaren has moved his way forward up 4. Everybody else is up a couple. Dan Peoples has taken the lead of the GT4. He's up 2 places at the moment as well, leading the Mercedes-dominated led field. There's 1 BMW, 1 Porsche. Everything else is Mercedes on that one. So that's going to be interesting to see how they get on. And Bertolucci still leading the TCRs. No real dramas to speak of as such. There's been it's very hard here because they don't give you when they've had an off track, because obviously they can't because of the walls. So we'll have to keep an eye and see where they are within the timing screen. But great little action at the moment. We're 3 minutes in. Everybody's running. Nobody's in the pit lane, and they're all surviving. I'll tell you the advantage of having a 4-hour race as well compared to other races we've done at Belle. I mean, at maximum, I think the race I've seen commentated round here is an hour. Of course, in real life, it's either an hour and 40 or 2 hours 40. I think it's 2 hours 40 in real life in IMSA here. So, you know, it's not that long, but this race is just that little bit longer. One of the advantages, of course, of having that race and this race a little bit longer is that it really takes a bit more care on the start, knowing that if I don't get a position in towards the third turn on the opening lap, that big braking zone at the end of the back straight, it's not a disaster because I've still got good 3 hours and 57 to go and make it up. It helps keep everybody a little bit calmer and a little bit more conservative on the start of this race.
Yeah, it does, and I think that's the thing for these at the moment. You know, they've got to settle in. You've got to find your rhythm at this circuit. It's a very rhythm-based circuit. You know, it's kind of... because of the closeness of the walls, so bear with me in YouTube chat as well if you think James has all of a sudden got off his nut. Nords, right? Nords, you've got to keep your concentration. It's very flowing. You've got to make sure you can get around there. So you've got 154 corners. This, in a way, is the same kind of thing because you've got to concentrate continuously to make your way around Belle Isle, right? Because as Nords, the same thing. If you go wide, you're going to hit a wall here. Nords, if you go wide, you're going to hit a wall. So you've got to concentrate all the way through. And at the moment, none of these are really going to be wanting to do anything silly. The top 11 overall, and I'll give you a full overall rundown, none of them have changed positions at all. So they are literally just settled in at this moment in time, staying where they are. There's a few swaps down below, as you can see, but nobody really making massive gains at the moment.
No, certainly not in class. The top 11 overall have stayed all in the same position. That includes Jules Philipparts, who's made a great start in GT3 AM, but I should say, more accurately, a great qualifying from him in the AM class. Now, don't forget, the AM class score points in of themselves, so there's 9 of them, and they will all score points today. It's just a case of how many in the race. The difference for the GT3 overall class drivers, that's the pro class teams who are trying to score points for the overall championship. They score points as far as an overall standings go, so they've got to be in the top 20 overall. Now, Stage 1 Racing, for example, are not 19th, the Stage 1 Racing number 72 I'm talking about, by the way. They are not 19th in the pro class. However, at the moment, they'd only scored 2 points for finishing 19th because it's a GT3 overall championship that they're going for as pro drivers and not a GT3 pro championship specifically, which is a little bit different. So that's a side note to be wary of here in this series. Just for reference, the top 7 in the Portimao race were GT3 pros. 8th place was the position of the GT3 AB winner. So they can really get up these positions, as we're seeing early on in this race as well, and they can take points away from GT3 pro teams. Yeah,
and that's the exciting thing, isn't it? It opens them up to be able to do that. And like DDK now, sitting in 8th place, it's a great position for them to be in at this moment in time because they, as you say, they are taking points away and currently on for scoring 18 points. So it's going to be interesting to see. The worry for me is, I think with that is, because it's not a single point system per class, you might get a lot of iggly-pigglies in there, and basically people then trying to overtake and make up positions. You know, some of the pros that got caught out down the bottom, Stage 1, for instance, Hambler and Enquires, might be rushing because he knows he's got to make his way forward and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen, and I'm hoping that they do realise that they sit back and go, all right, we have got 4 hours. You know what I mean? It's a long time racing, and they've got plenty of time to do that. And I'm just hoping that they sit back and remember that, so they do take the time. 4 hands for Glenn, who's further down for Digitro as well, is in behind him at the moment. I'm going to call him Diggy at the moment, or Digi, because I can't go through the whole of the name, in the Corvette in behind them as well, that they don't rush it through and they just let it come to them, because it will eventually come to them if they've got the pace to do it.
That's Glenn Grundelez, who we go on board with right now. Meanwhile, at the very front of the race, by the way, we're into traffic for the first time. The TCRs have just spread apart, and here we go. Oh, Charlie Lund-Nielsen right into the back of an Elantra already, very nearly, but of course just has to wait his turn out the final corner. Now he's going to go. He's going to be so interesting to see what happens with these TCRs and just follow them as they get overtaken by, get this, 25 GT3 cars all coming through on the TCRs at once. There's a battle in the TCR class as well for second between Tyler Agostino and Ryan Chevalier. Those two qualified second and third as well. They're battling for second and third just up in the distance. Here they are. These two are about to have quite an experience, and so are we.
Yeah, I think it's how they play this now. They have been warned. They have been warned that they've got to be sensible through on the way through, okay? So there was the driving briefing earlier on. It's not expected they're going to get out of the way because of the fact that they are battling. So he has been warned, and if anybody like Charlie Lund causes a massive incident trying to get through the two battling TCRs, well, unfortunately, young man, there's going to be a little bit of a penalty coming your way. So side by side, this is Charlie's worst scenario, coming up to the cars and they're side by side. He doesn't want that because he's then got to decide, do I send it three wide and try and make a move through, or do I wait? The problem is him waiting, he's now got Patrick Gannon in behind him from the RPM Black, who is sitting there as well. So yeah, they've got to be careful. This is good now. This is good. They can go past them now.
Well, they're not both going to get past them both. Oh, are they? Yes, they are. Just about. The black car does get through. It remains side by side. Respectful racing room given actually to the Honda there, but there go the Audis. And now through goes Empire Racing. They will gain a bit of time. So will Backmarker. So that's a bit of a gain for them, although they're still sort of in the distance. This is back with the UJS white Mustang, and they're on the back of RPM Racing Blue, who are looking for a move now on DDK in the Porsche. Through the opening couple of corners they go. They had to wait their turn around the final corner as well. This is going to be an exciting opening point to this race as we're 10 minutes in. The big Mustang of Cofford very close. He has a look at the inside. Doesn't decide to go for it. He realises he's going to be waiting in line now as another TCR is just ahead of them.
Yeah, there's two. There's two. That's Agostino and Chevalier battling away, and there's just nowhere they can go. They've just got to wait. You can't do anything.
No, contact in the background, and we've got a yellow. We've got a yellow. DDK, and that's the leader. The leader in GT3 AM has to pull into a marshal's post here because it's had a big crash and it is gone back to pit lane. Let's have a look what happened to Gilles Philipparts here. He's just in behind the UJAS Audi. On the inside he goes, and not enough room was given for everybody there. The Corvette loses its front end. The McLaren gets into contact as well. The TCR Audi is not pleased because it believes the Porsche came over on it. I would be inclined to agree. It looks like we're under yellow.
Did he drift off the corner? Yeah.
Looks like he drifted there.
Yeah.
Yep.
He hit the curb and it just sent him out. And unfortunately for that huge Audi, Brooks Clayton, he's in the pit lane as well. So, yeah, big contact. We'll keep an eye out on whether the penalties are going to come out in that as well. If you are watching in YouTube as well, don't forget, if you want to see anybody in particular, or if you want to ask us any questions or anything like that, get yourselves involved as well. If there are team managers watching and you want to come and have a chat, jump in the broadcast waiting booth in the FTR Discord. We will bring you in, okay? So be aware that that is an option as well. If you are just sat at home and thinking, oh, I could go and have a chat with the boys in the booth, come and have a chat with us and tell us how your team's getting on here. But this now has kind of opened it up. Brooks is kind of limping back to the pit lane. I'm going to be interested to see what happens when he tries to turn right. Yeah. And now he's got a pit lane entry, which is just literally almost a 90-degree right turn just up by the yellow arrows.
This is going to be very interesting indeed. Emergency service will be permitted for this car, by the way. The pit lane is closed for everybody else. But for these two cars who have actually had the contact and the damage here, emergency service will be permitted. The Audi TCR will not be forced to drive around on three wheels just because the pit lane's closed. That would be ridiculous. They will instead make their stop. There they go, up on the jacks. And now they'll get those repairs done, as will the Porsche in GT3. But what a shame for those two teams for having it so early on. This, by the way, will be a short yellow, so we won't be seeing... I don't believe we'll see the pit lane open for absolutely everybody, but I can't imagine many will want to come in after only 10 minutes.
No, you want to hang this out as long as possible. I think that's the thing. They want to, you don't want to be in already, and you're sitting back going, oh well, and it's like, no, that's far too long. You want to stay out there. Nobody else is really going to worry about coming in, I don't think, anyway. So I'm not overly worried about it. They're all sitting on 75% fuel. So again, they've got a while, to be honest with you, and this will help. Some of them will start saving.
Indeed. One thing I do love about the, as you say, 75% fuel pass to everybody, by the way. One more thing. I forgot that thought has entirely passed me by now. It's disappeared entirely.
What is going on? I'm the old man in the booth here, and you're forgetting things. You're 20 years younger than me. You have got it quick.
Apologies. Oh, sorry. I remember, quickly, before I forget it again. One thing I do like about this series is that in real life these days, there is a tendency for the top class to be allowed a sort of wave around to the front of the safety car queue every time, and it takes ages and it makes the restart less exciting. The great thing about this series, it's not going to be so obvious this time round, but there are a few TCRs involved. These TCRs are not going to be sort of put to the side before restart, as far as I'm aware. They're going to be embedded within these GT3s, and on a restart it's going to be very, very exciting indeed, as they've only been passed by 4 GT3s. There's still 20 odd to come through, and it's a battle for the lead at the same time. It's going to be a very exciting restart indeed, and I like the fact that we don't split apart the classes like they do in real life these days, because personally I think the restarts where the classes are split apart are a bit dull. These restarts are not going to be dull.
Yeah, no, they definitely are not. And for Bertolucci, Agostini and Chevalier, this is either going to go really well or really, really badly. Because, as you say, they're only 4 cars deep on the GT3s, which means there is a lot of people in behind them waiting. So, and it's a rush. They're going to rush the restart, aren't they? Let's be real about it, because they're now being brought up into the people that they've been chasing. So for the likes of people in and around them, they're going to want to try and get to the front. And for the TCRs, well, they're probably really hoping that they might take their time a little bit, especially going down into turn 1 and through 2.
One more thing as well is that the GT4s are going to have to lap the TCRs a lot sooner than they otherwise would have, because don't forget the TCRs are already a lap down. However, the GT4s are not half a lap behind the GT3s anymore. Instead, they're right on the back of this train, and there's Dan Paples still leading the GT4s around. So these guys will have to work their way through TCR traffic a lot sooner than they would have liked here today, and that's going to be an interesting moment for them as they make their way through. But worth commenting on a good start for Dan Paples down in GT4. One more thing I want to note on as well before we start this restart this race again, which we can't be too far away from doing at the moment. There is some damage on Francisco Paranuevo's Corvette at the moment. That's the best placed of 3 Corvettes in GT3 here today. That's the Enosis FTR GT3 team, and there he is. You can see inner workings of that Corvette, because don't forget, he clashed with the Porsche and the Audi that came to blows through turn 4 there. That brought out this caution. However, he hit the back of them. Have a look at this from the front camera of the Corvette. It all happens ahead of him. He smashes into the Porsche because he didn't have anywhere to go, loses his front end, and by the way, the McLaren just behind them, not the purple one, but the one behind that, also lost its front end in a clash with the Audi. So they both have got damage now, and haven't got the opportunity to fix it either, with pit lane closed.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and wait, aren't they? It really depends, I think, for Paranuevo, here's what's going on in the car. Is he relatively straight? Is it causing any problems? Let's have a look. Oh, it looks
straight to me, yeah. As we see a
Oh,
few
he's
people
going
pretending to go to pit lane, and finally Blue Chip Racing do from 10th place. So the pit lane, excuse me, I was mistaken earlier on when I said pit lane wouldn't open, but pit lane will in fact open, and you can see why Blue Chip are in, because they have damage.
I'm surprised, though, that the McLaren's not coming with them. Oh, the Corvette, sorry.
Yeah, well...
He must realise, right?
Bad.
Yeah, but he's gonna. I know it's like new airflow for the front of the car and all, but he's gonna struggle here. You know what I mean? It's a tight circuit, and you need all the bits of aero bodywork that you can get. But they're not the only one that's in the pits either. Yeah, most of the GT4s are in. Peoples is in, ART is in, Hughes Jas is in, Vulture's in, Treehouse Racing in the pit lane. So Hugh Jas Black, WBM, Ineos and Torque Freak all stayed out, and everybody else in behind them as well. It looks like obviously Philip Hartz and Clayton from Hughes Jas Yellow and DDK by Eagle are still in the pit lane.
Yes. There are some long stops happening down there, especially long one for Blue Chip Racing, who will try and get as much repaired, I suppose, under this caution as possible. Well, they have to get the problem with making a stop, though, making a scheduled pit stop, if you're a GT3 like Belle has, 9 seconds, that's just to fill up the car again. But that's all well and good, but he's put himself behind 4 GT4s and all of the GT3s. So the track position loss surely isn't worth just 9 seconds of fuel.
No, it's definitely not. But the problem is for the two that are in already, for Philip Hartz and Clayton, is there's no fast repairs.
They're going to be in there for ages anyway, yeah.
So that damage that they've got is now for them to try and take off. You know, they've just got to sit there and wait for it to be repaired. That's it at the end of the day. There's nothing they can do. There's no fast repairs. They're not able just to bump in and go and get it done and piff, paff, puff, Harry Potter waves his wand and your car's fixed. They've got to sit there waiting. So, yeah, unfortunately for Philip Hartz and Clayton, does look like Clayton's back out, though, so that's great to see because, to be honest, I don't feel he was at fault for that one. However, he is 2 laps down on the next TCR, which is Evan Campbell in a front-wheel drive one. So he's got 2 laps to make up, but never say never. You never know what's going to happen.
No, you don't. So we stay on board now with Nielsen. Still no lights off on top of the safety car. And
no.
So we are probably going to be going round one more time here on the safety car. At least one more time. One thing this will help with in GT3, and well, maybe not GT3 specifically, because I think it's difficult for them to make 3 stops and make it to the end anyway, but for classes like GT4, running around at a slower speed like this one, and TCR as well, though they should be fine anyway, running around a slower speed like this one should help them with fuel, and it should help them make it on just 3 stops here, despite the fact they're limited to 75% of fuel. It's unfortunately for GT3, I still think they're going to be short.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to. They will be short, but the thing is, every slow lap that you take saves fuel to a degree, right? Let's be real about it. You know, every lap that you can go, they might even, for Charles Lonno, be popping up in 6th. There's no need for you to do all of this. You're just covering more of the racetrack, which it just seems a little bit crazy. You might as well just pop it up into 6th and cruise. Save as much as you can, because it will just jumble things up a bit when you come to the pit. I'm sorry, but that is making me feel a little bit iggly-piggly. Keep going backwards and forwards like that. When it comes to pit stops, it obviously helps. You might be able to extend. You might be able to try and, if you can extend it, you might be able to eliminate the one that you're going to need at the end. So yeah, I would be looking at trying to save as much as possible, to be honest with you.
I agree. Lights have gone off on top of the safety car. By the way, I believe we were waiting for Blue Chip Racing to catch the back of the train, or indeed Hugh Jas Yellow. They're both back out again, despite the damage repairs that the McLaren and the Audi have both made. They're running round last and second last in the train. So they have rejoined again, and we're going to see a restart here in a few minutes' time. Be good to get this race back underway again and see how far we can go green without another caution here. I suspect this could be quite a stop-and-start race, but a very interesting strategic one as well, because of the proximity of the walls, don't forget, and all of that. That's well documented. But actually the pit strategy as well. Under what cautions do you pit, and under which cautions do you stay out?
Oh. It's like having a magic ball, isn't it? You know what I mean? You might as well call me Mystic Meg and hope that I'll get the right answer on that one, Mr. O'Leary, to be honest with you, because you never really know what's going on. I am a little bit fearful, and I'm fearful for these. Bertolucci, Agostino, Chevalier, all 4 cars back from the GT3s. DDK behind them in the Porsche, RPM Racing Blue behind that, and then Huge Ass White. They're all gonna want to get through as soon as possible, but there's nowhere really they can do it between the start line and 2. They might have to short little spurt from 2 to 3, but again, it's still not quite long enough to make it, and I'm a little bit fearful for them TCRs.
Going to be a very interesting start to watch from their perspective, isn't it? On the start here, I think the top 4 GT3s are going to get away and start going single file pretty quickly there. But the TCRs, not only are they in their own battle for the lead of that class, they are also going to be overtaken by 30 drivers. Effectively, there's 30 of them behind them, nearly. So that's what we're going to see there in TCR. So we'll have a look at that, of course, as we get this race back underway. 3 hours 37 still remaining in the second round of the FTR Events GT Series. And RPM Racing are in control of the field again. Charlie Lund-Nielsen on this occasion, getting us underway, waits a little bit and then goes, and then the stack up behind. Look at that already. They're already 2 wide for second place as they try and filter through here, the GTs. Nice apex taken there for Bertolucci, who didn't really care what was going on around him, just thought, I'm taking my line here, go round me, and that's exactly what they've done. Look at the stack up. Goodness me, one of the Mustangs spinning into the wall very nearly in the background and sliding as well as they go down towards turn number 3. Here they go, Chevalier not looking for a move here, knowing that this is not the moment for class battle, it's the moment for survival on the way towards turn 3. This is going to be so lively. Chevalier again, tied by a Mustang. It's going to continue, it's going to go on and on and on, and it's going to last a few laps here for the TCRs.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of the WWE Royal Rumble. Who can get past him and throw him over the top rope first? Look at them all. They're like 2 and 3 wide in behind him here as well. Chevalier is just sitting there like, oh my dearie me, what is going on? Hug the wall. Whoa. If they want to get past you, they'll get past you on the outside. They're going to have to. But this poor TCR's Bertolucci, he made me laugh at the beginning. He just went, well, I don't care about you lot. I'm taking my line. Deal with it. Suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, Agostino, Chevalier trying to go 2 wide, fight for their own places. Chevalier's just about to go through, but he's kind of strung Agostino up then because he's got a Corvette coming through. This is just absolutely manic. And then, of course, just to top it off for the TCRs, it's not like, hey, you've won the lottery, here's a load of GT3s. They're then going to throw the GT4s at them. So, unfortunately, all the people that would be a couple of laps down, like Barraclough, to take them and get them, they're going to be on top of Bertolucci, Chevalier, and Agostino really quickly.
And, as one of the McLarens comes in, and by the way, the GT4s, because they've been, the GT3s have been slowed down so much by the TCRs in this restart, the GT4s are right there. There's not even that moment's respite where they've sort of lost 5 seconds or so because of a lap. There's no gap at all, not least because of some of the GT3s making their way back through again. That's Blue Chip Racing getting their way back through after damage repairs, of course, as they make their way down towards turn number 3. They're weaving left and right, trying to go past, and here they go down the inside of Agostino, who's now got Barraclough right beside him, or behind him, as you say. And Barraclough, of course, back in the lead again as a result of pit stops. He'll be looking off over his shoulder here at where the likes of Dan Peebles is, making his progress back through the field again after that early pit stop.
Yeah, Agostino, and you've survived at the moment, mate. You really have survived, and well, fair play. Chevalier survived as well. He's hugging a wall like his favourite grandma at the moment, trying to keep out the way. And Bertolucci, well, he did crap me up. He just got on with it and said, well, you suck it up and try and get through me. But everybody at the moment for the TCRs has survived. The main 4 that were there were obviously Fun Wheel, Huge Ass, Blue, and Scudiera, Grouch, and Sim Racing Grid. They've all survived. Well, we're saying that Bertolucci is still in the mix here, and he's still got cars coming through, and as you say, he's going to continue to come through for a couple of laps. I'm a little bit confused here as well, Mr. O'Leary, because we've had a couple of people dive into the pit lane at the restart. Now, somebody's hit the wall there because there was a nice little bit of bumper.
Hit them.
Yeah, whoever they are have gone and no, it's not Benavedo. Was it Blanco?
Nuevo might have a penalty. I don't know. He seemed to just drive through there, Nuevo. He didn't seem to stop. No, he didn't stop. He just drove through the pit lane. So that will maybe a penalty for Nuevo, who's back out there again. He's stayed ahead of GT4 and TCR, which you'll be glad about. But he's still got the damage, and he's had to do a drive through. So it's not all great for him. Pit stop as well for Hans Blankert. That was stage 1 racing, maybe it was they who hit the wall in the penultimate corner.
Oh, it was a drive-through. He got a drive-through penalty. There you go, drive-through penalty with Sunday Drivers and Ineos FTR for passing before the start-finish line. So that would explain why Ineos has gone in as well, and Hugh Just Yellow has also got to go in. Hans Blankart has done something, but as I say, I don't know what he's done, but he has done something because he's put himself in pit lane here as well. Barra Club's now going through the TCRs. He's got Ineos Esports GT4 up behind him. There is Bertolucci, the leader of the TCRs, and there is Chevalier, who's used the most of his traffic at the moment, Mr. O'Leary, and has closed right in behind him. So nice from Chevalier. That TCR battle could really end up opening this up and develop well.
Yeah, absolutely. We get the class split back again, and it's 1 second between the leaders in TCR, the closest gap of any leading battle, as it is right now, because the GT4s are being split apart by this leading battle. Club goes through, and then it's going to be Jorge Correa going through as well. Carsace is going to also get through in towards turn 1, I would expect. But don't forget, the GT4s and TCRs are not dissimilar in terms of speed at all. The speed difference is not huge by any means, so it is a little bit of a struggle for the GT4s to get themselves through. And by the time that they've all managed it, I reckon the GT3 leaders will be almost here as well. It's going to be such a busy race on a circuit of this length, or lack of length therein, and the lack of space as well for absolutely everybody. It is going to be so interesting indeed, as another one of the McLarens, one of the slower GT3s come through as well here.
Yeah, Dan Peoples there, and the GT4 is going past Ryan Chevalier. So the GT4s are on their way through. Don't die. Oh, God. Oh my God. Why would you try and dive him? He ain't Harry Potter. He can't disappear up a chimney for you just so you can get through there. Be a bit sensible about it. You've still got 3.5 hours to go. Lewis Gilbert in YouTube chat. Let's go Blue Chip Racing. Great job, Ian, he says there as well. So, yeah, but that poor... Yeah.
That's me. It's about being decisive, I think. It's okay to make a dive, but you've got to get fully alongside at turn 4 there, and Delano decided to back out of it in the end. At least he didn't leave his car half sort of down the inside, and that's no good to anybody, but he's avoided contact anyway. As we go back to the battle for second in GT3 AM, it's Eagle Speed Academy versus Squadron Veloce Bravo, and Jelle Verstraeten stays behind here, lets Van Goot through into second position in AM. Of course, the previous leader in the AM class is now quite a long way down the field. Where is he? That's the actual leader right now. It's Rutger Herbusch, who is leading the way for ART Sim Racing second. There's Thomas Dunn, who has crashed for Blue Chip Racing, of course, and working his way back through the field again. But of course, having started the race at the front, DDK by Eagle Speed Academy, Jules Philippus has got back out the pit lane again, but he's now 4 laps down on the lead. He spent 14 minutes on his repairs.
Yeah, there he is, struggling to go. Well, he's just playing catch up, and let's be real about it. He's 4 laps down already. So good luck trying to come back through the field. It'll be interesting to see how far you can get on that one. I'm interested to see what happens. However, he may have to take a little bit of responsibility for that. It is currently under investigation from the steward, so we'll keep an eye out on that. RPM Racing Blue FTR here chasing down DDK by Eagle Speed Academy #G there as well, Kevin Daniels. So the pockets of battle starting to develop. Eagle Speed further down here has got Francisco from Ineos in front of him, who's still got no front end. Then you got Mundell from Equipment Geek Racing. He's got Ian Cable from MLC. He joined MLC for this round, didn't race in race 1, has joined for race number 2. And then of course we've got the GT4s, which they're not really spreading out at the moment. If you have a look at the interval gaps within the classes, you can see there's practically about 2 seconds between first and fourth, sorry. So they're coming back together all at the same time as well.
Top 5 have gotten away in GT4, but the 6th to 9th have struggled here, and mainly that split I thought was down to pit stops. And if you put yourself with a few cars between yourselves and your GT4 rivals because of a pit stop, then you might struggle to get along with the front group. But actually, Dan Peoples has made a pit stop and he's still in the front group. So he's the only driver at the moment who's managed that. He managed to put in, what's that, 12 seconds of fuel. That's his advantage, is 12 seconds of fuel. So he'll go a little bit longer on this stint, of course, but he's still with the leaders. That's the big advantage here for Peoples.
Getting the GT4 in the McLaren, so in the Mercedes, sorry, on that one. So I think he could be a force to be reckoned with in there as well. You know, we've got Edvin Forsland and Miles Owens, part of the other Sim Racing East Sweden boys. I've seen Miles Owens out on track, but I've not seen Edvin, so I'm wondering if they're only going 2 drivers, which effectively in a 4-hour race, that's all they actually need, right? You know what I mean? They don't need any more because they'll lose a lot of time. So I think they're probably only going for Miles and Dan on that one. So it'd be interesting to see if Dan can get himself back up to the front, hand the car over to Miles. Miles has then just got to keep it on track and try and extend and keep the gap going.
And this is Ricardo Mahalewski trying to get past the Vulture Motorsports Porsche Cayman. The only of the Porsche Caymans in the field. As in the background, the overall leaders are about to get onto TCR traffic again here for the second time here today. It is a battle for 5th place, I suppose, the highest battle in the field, as the all Audi top 4 continues to reign supreme at the very front. They're trying to make it an Audi top 5. Yashel Yunus trying to get past Kevin Daniels, the first of the Porsches. There he is. There is that battle as they approach on more lap traffic. Not only, though, is it TCRs, as we mentioned, but GT4 traffic not too far away. They might well be put a lap down for the first time this afternoon in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, the leaders of the GT3s are still quite far away at the moment. There is a GT3 AM in front, but of course that's DDK. They're already laps down anyway. And then they've got a little bit of a run back up to the TCRs. You know, they've got a quarter and a bit at the moment. And then, of course, they go into the slower GT4s. So, and I think that's going to be I don't think that's going to be this lap, but I think it might be a couple of laps before maybe they'll hit the GT4s, because at the moment, the disparity of pace is not a lot in conjunction with what we would normally expect of multi-class. You know, 129, 128, 135. So 6 seconds, could they make it up in one lap, or is it going to be the next one? I think it might just be the start of the next one.
Let's wait and see where we get to with that. I think you might be right, but let's see. It's not a huge pace disparity, of course. That was the previous AM leader, just ahead of the actual overall leader as things stand. The Porsche came out of the pit lane again just as we were going back green and not far ahead of them, so back they go through, and they will pull out very courteously, but they're so many laps down, I guess they don't really mind going another lap down. They're now 5 laps down on the overall leader, especially last overall. Never mind in the just in class. That's actually behind all of the TCRs, including the TCR they collided with a few minutes ago, or about 20 or so minutes ago. So a really bad start for them, unfortunately. But there we go. Frugo RPM Racing still leading 1 and 2 in the same order as they were at the end of the race at Portimao. It's a very good start indeed for these 2 Audis. What they're coming up on, though, is a few more TCRs, and then it's going to be GT4 traffic. That's what we're really wondering about here. Justin Markela and Justin Delano going side by side at the moment, as Ricardo Mahalewski has succeeded in holding on to 6th place. The battle for 7th continues, and there it is, side by side between Mercedes and Porsche, but Mercedes hangs on, and Justin Delano is now down to 8th place in the Cayman.
Yeah, doing a great job at the moment, keeping it on track, which is always good. However, he didn't nearly lose his nose going through traffic a little bit earlier on, so he needs to be a little bit careful on how he's managing that traffic, especially with them GT3 runners coming up. You can just see them at the end there, just coming into play. So we're going to keep an eye, see how this starts all going, and see how this one goes for the for Charlie Lynn Nelson for the RPM Red. You're flashing him, dude. He knows you're coming. He can hear you and see you, and you've just now got to go past him cleanly. Is he black going to follow? He did, but then again, Ian gave him an absolute bunch of room to handle that one. Are they going to get the same courteous from the GT4s, though, as the RPM boys go side by side?
Patrick Gannon goes to the outside here on the way towards turn 3. Is there going to be an agreement between the team, or are they free to race into turn 3? Gannon goes round the outside. Oh, the teammate! Goodness me, that was close. Patrick Gannon goes round the outside of turn 3, and with 3 hours 23 remaining, takes the lead of this race, but that was very close to contact between the two teammates.
Yeah, it definitely was, but I wonder now if Patrick has seized the opportunity. He's seen what traffic he's got ahead, and he's decided, do you know what, I could put a little bit of space between me here if I can get through these cars before he can. If he starts clearing a couple of cars before the next right-hander, oh, you've died! Oh, Jesus! Where's Batman?
He knew that was important to stay in touch with his teammates, but was very aggressive in doing so. There was Lund-Nielsen, Charlie Lund-Nielsen, who's just lost the lead, of course. And it is an advantage, you're right to point out, it is an advantage to be in the lead at this situation, I think, anyway, to get into the traffic first. You can often come out first as well, and with a bigger advantage, as you're seeing here, you can get cars between you and your rival. There's Nielsen having to be patient through turn 12 and 13, and then they'll have to come through here on the front straight as well. The RPM Racing black car is going to have quite a lead now as a result of the first half of GT4 traffic. I think mainly because they were first into the traffic. It can really help you on occasion, being first into the traffic.
And that's why it was imperative for Gannon to make that move. And he did make that move as well. He knew that. I don't think it wasn't by chance that Gannon made that move. I think he knew that he could put a nice little gap now with these cars in front of him. And he's already opened up nearly 2 seconds. But I can tell you one thing, Charlie Lund-Nielsen, gee whiz Batman, you must need a change of underpants after diving that BMW, because that's the weirdest thing. He made the opportunity and dived the BMW, but then didn't go any further with it, and now it was still lost time. And lucky enough, touch wood, he's still in the race.
I think it was about staying in touch with the other team. That was it. It wasn't about trying to make an overtake absolutely there and then. It was about staying in touch. Now, he did that through this section last lap around, so it was successful briefly, but then at the next bit of lap traffic, wasn't quite able to follow through, and it got a little bit more tricky as we go back to a battle on the lower fringes of the top 5 here. It's Kevin Daniels versus Yesel Yunus, and Yunus is right behind a fellow GDK car here. That's not on this lap, of course. That's not previously. The AM leader was in amongst these guys, but he's now 5 laps down, and so is just in front of them, part of being a lap down. But it's quite difficult to get out of the way now when you're lapping GT4s all at the same time. It all gets quite complicated at this stage in the race, but they've got to realise they are severely outnumbering GT4 and TCR traffic. There's 14 combined non-GT4s, and that puts about double of the GT3, so they do have time on their side once the traffic clears. And now Kevin Daniels uses that to go down the inside of his teammate. Will the teammate lets Yunus through as well?
No.
Not really, no.
No,
and so
did he not?
A bit of a gap now for 5th place.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing, and he ain't silly. He knew that if he just sat where he could, Yunus is not going to make it through. For me, now I would be aggrieved, because multi-class is fine. Class on class, I'm sorry, sir. Move your bum, because you're in the way now. And he knew if he just had to hold him up for a couple of seconds, half a track length, to allow his teammate to get away. But unfortunately, his teammate did not get a good run out of that corner, and all he's done is bring Yunus back into it at the same time. But yeah, that was smart, but a little bit annoying.
Yunus very nearly got straight into the side of a Mercedes there. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm not quite willing to go on and say it was intentional, but, you know, it's a happy coincidence if it wasn't.
Come on. Give over, Mr. O'Leary.
Would teams be really willing to do that for a battle for 5th place with 3 hours 20 to go? I mean, you know.
Yes,
meanwhile, 30
every
seconds
point.
on hold for the huge-ass TCR. Yellow for unnecessary contact and not leaving racing room. That was the contact with the Porsche GT3. And that, I believe they've just been in. I think that's them popping out the pit lane right there on your screen, the Audi TCR. So I believe that's for the incident early on, unless it's for a separate one. Oh, meanwhile, huge crash at turn 3. It's the second one at turn 3, and it's the 227. Simray Sweden and Dan Peoples, the previous leader in GT4, is now facing the wrong way in a very precarious place.
Oh, that's got to be a yellow to try and get him out of the way. He can't. The problem is there's no gaps. Look on the track map. He's in the top right-hand corner. They're highlighted number 9. There's no gap. He's got to make a choice now. They either throw the yellow and get that. You can't get it round. There's not enough room. You're doing a 60-point turn. He might.
After this one.
Nope.
After this one, he's going to go. He's got to go now. He's got to do it.
There's a car coming.
Oh, there is now. Wait a few more.
No.
There's a chance.
Yeah, now you've got to go.
Here we go. Right, here we go.
Oh man, we've got to have a look at that
because but he's got back going again. Let's see what happened here for Dan Peoples. He was down the inside of Hugh Jass initially, so that will have riled them both up. He did the second bit to himself and slid into the wall.
Yeah.
Got a bit of oversteer and slid into the wall.
But he hit the curb as well. If you have a look at his car on the entry, just watched a little bump on the curb here. Not this one, because they're having a right little argy-bargy at the moment. They're just door banging. As that car, the right side, goes into the next corner over the curb, just there, he then bumps it and sticks it straight into the tyre barrier. So, yeah, the curb had a play there with him. But how bad is it in the...
It's damaged.
Oh, he's damaged, yeah. He's left hand down, isn't he? Left hand down there for Dan.
I think that crash might have happened anyway without the curb, but anyway, it certainly didn't help. Out the final corner for Peoples. Does he decide to come in now?
He does. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Well, it's near a pit stop anyway, I suppose, in GT4. His fuel advantage, of course, will have gone away, but it might be worth coming in now just to get that repaired. He will, of course, been hoping that the caution was going to come out then as he spun around, but actually he was able to get turned back round again without a caution, so we stay green. And we continue racing, which is a good thing, really. We need long green flag runs in this race, of course. Meanwhile, that was too late on the brakes. In towards the right-hander. Oh, no, he didn't quite hit the wall. We were about to find out. Tyler Campbell just avoided the wall. Well, yeah, he might have scraped down the wall, but he didn't go nose in and have to reverse. That's that much is clear. Broke too late. Here it is. And... he just about got it round.
Broke in a straight line as well, which helps because then he could get it back through. This is a TCR GT3 Ineos still with no front end at all. So a great job from them. Still managing to fight, mind you. They're 13th in class. There's no point flashing them. You've got to go past them. You've just got to go and get on with it here. Oh, this is all getting a little bit messy.
Meanwhile, we got our first retirement of the day. Stage 1 Racing are out from GT3 Pro, I'm afraid. Again, I think we saw their McLaren coming in really slowly, but we didn't see the incident itself.
No, not this one.
I don't know what we're...
One.
Oh dear! How's that happened for Brooks Clayton? Already delayed TCR Audi, of course, and that might be the second retirement of the day because they will have to repair that car for a second time now. Meanwhile, Simrace Sweden are changing driver. Miles Owens is getting in for Dan Peoples. We have a look at Stefan Jones into the wall.
Yep. Stefan Jones and Jorge Correa on that one. Kevin Daniels has also gone, and I think this is on the back end of this, mind you. They come together and then he just he's kind of stuck, to be blatantly honest. There's not really a lot of places he can go. That Audi wiggles his way through the middle. The Mustang, no, not quite getting through. Yeah, both men, I think, will have to go back to the pit lane after that as well. Good evening, Phil. Thank you so much for joining us on that one. Yeah, couple of calamities so far.
It was Jorge Correa, the GT4, by the way. Enosis Esports, they were running well up towards the front. So Simrace Sweden and Enosis Esports have both gone back to pit lane, which is a real shame. GT4, and that means that they'll be both taken pretty much out of contention there with that incident, and that is a real shame. Meanwhile, Blue Chip Racing are trying to recover after their incident earlier on. This is Thomas Dunn on the outside of Barnuevo, or on the inside, I should say, and quite tentatively, that doesn't make his way through. But he's just trying to recover, of course. These two, of course, were involved in the same incident earlier on. And that Corvette, as you can see has not made his pit stop. The McLaren has, and you can see which is probably the best call now. The pairing damaged car has done a bit better.
Yeah, the one with the front nose cone is clearly doing a bit better than the one that hasn't got a nose cone on. We've got Kevin Daniels, and he's battling away with Hugh Just White, Alex Cofford there, and Leonardo de Grada in the Aspire Competition car behind them. So this is a battle currently for 5th, 6th and 7th in class. So this isn't quite done yet either, and yeah, it's getting very, very exciting here.
Certainly is. As we make our way through the opening couple of corners in this battle for 6th position. We're at a stage of the race now where the traffic is almost a constant, and it's not really coming in stages anymore. If we get another caution in this race, it's going to be a very heavily wave around filled one, I would say, with people out of position and getting wave pies and all of the like. Very interesting indeed to see what happens as far as that is concerned. If indeed we get another yellow. 3 hours 12 remaining. We've had just over 45 minutes in this race, and so as a result of that and the 75% fuel limit, would expect GT3 and GT4 scheduled pit stops to begin in the near future.
Yeah, I think they are. They're going to be coming in soon. They can go about 45 minutes, maybe 50, depending on how the safety car period and how much they've saved.
Safety car's out now.
Yeah. Safety car's out. Oh,
What's happened here?
Not again.
It's
Not again.
3 wide moment. Thomas Dunn on the way towards turn 3. And he's on the outside. Bit of contact with a BMW. Oh, and a bit of contact with a Corvette as well. Will not be able to get back going again because there's too many cars around. So Baranoevo goes for a spin. Was he hit here by the Mercedes?
Yeah, the
yes,
GT. I think that GT4 pushed him round, didn't he?
Did, yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can catch it. I'm not quite sure what the GT4 was doing, to be blatantly honest, because there's no need to be
expecting them to accelerate more than they did, I think, is the answer to that.
Yeah, but the problem is they went round in front of him, didn't they? So I would expect now everybody in the pits. That's my philosophy. Everybody should be in the pits. So yeah, could be a problem.
I would expect also bit of emergency service maybe for a few, because I don't think everybody's quite going to make it even. We've done nearly 50 minutes now. There will be quite a while with wave arounds and the like before we actually get into the stopping it, although to be fair, GT4 won't need any wave bars before the pits open. I wonder whether TCR will need them. I'm not entirely sure. As things stand, maybe Evan Campbell will. Evan Campbell will need a wave around. However, we will need to do that before the pits open. I don't know how close these GT3s and GT4s are on fuel, and I think they are very close.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Mr. O'Leary. One man that can tell us how close they are on fuel is Mr. Dan Peebles himself, of course, involved in a nice little spectacular accident and handed the car off to Mr. Miles Owens. Dan, welcome in. How are you?
Hi guys. Yeah, not happy obviously, but yeah, I can be happy with the fact that, I mean, the pace I showed at the beginning also after the restart was good, but yeah, once again taken out.
Taken out?
I mean,
hold on, I'm gonna call you out here, Dan, because you did hit the curb on the way in.
Let's be honest. The first incident, that's not what eventually took us out of the fight. It was the second one that was completely my own doing, but my left-hand steering was broken, which I didn't notice and I didn't get a notification of until I got to the corner. But more on the incident. I mean, I don't know if you guys have had a look at it yet.
We have.
Guess you did.
Yeah, you did. You hit a curb. Which one? Which incident are you talking about? The first one with the BMW where you decided to have both of you have a little bit of ding dong, or the one where you eventually spun it up and crashed in the wall?
Don't know if it was a BMW. I'm sure it was a Mercedes, both of them. It was the first one, the one leading up to the incident that took me out.
No, didn't realise it was one. Hold on a minute. I will go searching, Mr. Peoples. Don't you worry about it. Have a chat with you in a minute.
We've seen it, but I think we've seen it, but you're not quite remembering.
What, this one?
It was into turn 3.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, it
I'm
is a
surprised
Mercedes.
actually, Dan, that contact did so much damage. If you're saying that it did.
My steering was broken, and then I didn't notice
Christ.
it, but I mean, you joined quite late here. What you guys miss is that I moved to the outside to follow the line of the GT3. I know he's going to be pinned to the inside. We don't make contact here. That's not his fault, not at all. But I mean, he moves under braking. That forces me to go to the inside. I had no other way to go but the inside or run into the back of him. So it was kind of an unforced move. I wanted to follow the GT3 in the outside, but then he decided to brake diagonally and close off that line. So I had to take avoiding action, and the contact was the result of it.
Again, I'm very surprised that that contact did that amount of damage. Tell us about the earlier part of the race, though, and your decision to come in under the first caution, because I was surprised that you did it first of all from the lead of the race, because I thought, well, you've got track position, so you'll keep it after earning it, doing the hard work to earn it. But then also you were followed in pit lane as well. What's the thinking behind these earlier stops under the first caution in GT4 that we're maybe not thinking about?
So our plan from the beginning of the race was to fuel safe. We knew we were going to be tight to kind of make it only like a half an hour on the last stint. We were saving about 10 minutes on fuel throughout all of our stints. We were really saving a lot of fuel. So we decided just to come in to top up, because that was going to help our fuel. I think we gained about 10-12 liters with it. So that was going to take us down to about 15-18 minutes of fuel at the end. So at a later caution, we would either be or have a shorter stop, thus overtake all the others in the pit lane, or we would just re-overtake them and build a nice gap. But yeah, none of that eventually worked out.
How difficult, though, is that to actually plan for in reality, because of just how many cautions we're likely to see? I mean, we've already had two here. There very easily could have been another one for your spinning a few moments ago as well, that we saw. I mean, how difficult is it to plan a fuel strategy around such a stop-start race like this?
To be honest, you can't really, because everything you plan can be thrown out of the window by lap 2. Because I mean, so much changes in this race. You never know when the caution is going to come out. I do think we're going to see a lot of people pit now, because we're close to that 50 mark, that 50-minute mark. So I do think we're going to see a lot of people come in now. But yeah, you can't really. It's just take it as it comes and try to make the best of it. That's why we decided to pit, and I think half of the field decided to stay out as well. It's you don't really know at the time what the best option is.
Eagle Speed Academy are the only ones who are staying out so far. So that's GT3, and everyone in GT4 is in. So you're correct in that prediction. Do you have any predictions, or not predictions, but expectations or hopes now for the remainder of the race, Dan, where you might finish? I know you're a couple of laps down now, but what are your expectations for the remainder of this race now?
I just hope we can find our way back onto the lead lap. If we can do that, that already in my books is going to be a big achievement. I don't know how much damage the car has, to be honest. I kind of just left after I brought the car into the pit lane. I had to let off some steam. So I hope all the damage, we were able to fix it at least. But I mean, getting back on the lead lap would be an achievement in itself already.
Well, hope you can achieve that, Dan. Thanks very much for coming to chat to us. Feel free to come back later if you get back in again, or indeed if you don't, just fancy a chat. Feel free to come back later. Thanks for coming to chat to us now, though, and good luck for the remaining 3 hours.
Thank you, and thank you, JP.
Thanks very much. Dan Paples there from Simray Sweden in the GT4 class, who should be getting their lap back here. Because they are ahead of the GT4 leader. Let's just tell you about who stopped and, more importantly, who didn't. Actually, it's far quicker for me to tell you who didn't, so I'll just do that. Thomas Turner stayed out for Blue Chip Racing. You've been following him in the McLaren. But in the lead with the overall race is Eagle Speed Academy in the GT3 AM class. That's a bit of a surprise, James. I can't really imagine they've got much fuel left. I mean, maybe they'll come in next lap to put some more fuel in. I don't know, but it was a full tank for seemingly everybody in that previous stop in GT3.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they're not coming in. They haven't pitted at all. That's what I don't understand. I don't think I think they missed the boat there because I'm not quite sure why they didn't just pit when everybody else did. You've got almost a free pit stop. You've got literally a free pit stop. So why go round again and put yourself in trouble? Which, I don't know. I think they've missed the boat on that one. It just doesn't seem right. I'm trying to be nice, to be blatantly honest with you, but I think, to be honest, that was crazy. They should have just gone in when everybody else did.
Might well come in this time round, but as you say, that's going to put them right at the back of the train, so doesn't seem to make much sense. There has been some longer stops for damage repairs, including for Francisco Barrenueva, who's finally got his Corvette repaired, and he's back out again now onto the circuit, so that's good news for him. Van Gogh still carries on. He's going to have done an hour then on 75% fuel. That's going to be impressive. As the wave around now happens, at least Sim Race Sweden seem to think it is. But
I hope so.
Well, not sure that's entirely the way that's supposed to be done, but anyway, that's probably the better way to do it. The GT4 gets waved by and then the TCR. And so now we've got the overall leader leading the race, and I think that's pretty much all the cars that need to be waved around. So we're probably only a couple of laps under caution away from going back green again. But again, what on earth are Eagle Speed Academy doing? I'm not entirely sure. What they are doing, maybe, is guaranteeing that they'll only have to make 3 stops in this race, which, of course, this strategy is getting for them at the moment.
It is. I'm just reading them penalties. I don't get the one for Huge Ash Yellow for unnecessary contact and not leaving racing room, and then warning for ART Sim Racing for not leaving racing room. I'm a bit confused by the Huge Ash one. That wasn't a contact.
Sim Racing?
Well, it says ART Sim Racing 1.
I don't know if I quite remember that incident itself. So we will go back to that later on. Yeah, as you say, that is the other than passing before the start-finish line, which, by the way, you are not allowed to do. Even if that's passing someone not in your class, you're not allowed to do it. So yeah, it was the incident between Hugh Jass and DDK that Hugh Jass had got the penalty for.
But
yeah,
isn't that the one that DDK dived him?
Well, we've only looked at it from the camera angles that we've got, and we've looked at it twice. You know, I haven't worked out. To be honest, the angles from our camera angles are difficult to work out, and Race Control will have had a better look at it than us. So, you know, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. But yeah, they've got the penalty, and in any case, they're out of the race now anyway. So, what does it really matter? In the end?
It's just for it's pride, isn't it? You know what I mean? Let's be honest about it. They might not have been involved in out of the race if they weren't involved in that incident.
Well, they crashed again, so.
Yeah, but don't talk about that. Nobody saw that one.
I'm not trying to put them down. I like the team. They're good team, strong team, but unfortunately not their day today.
No, definitely not.
First hour. They are not the only retirement in the field, by the way. We've also seen a GT3 retire. That's Stage 1 Racing's number 72. We didn't get to see their incident. It hasn't shown up for us, so we haven't seen that. But they are out of the race in GT3 as well. So that is an update on where everybody is so far as we continue.
Give me 2 6. Yeah, I think we've got another lap. Who we got? Hands. I will try and find this incident. Can I find the incident of Hans Blancott, please? And
we'll give that a go. Will the Corvette come in from the lead of the train here, by the way, or are they still okay for fuel? They're okay to carry on. You can see why Blue Chip Racing have carried on, because they pitted after 9 laps, of course, for damage repair, but they will have taken fuel at the time, and so they'll probably be able to go for at least another 9 laps, which will help them on their fuel strategy.
Yeah, I am wondering. There's nothing showing up for Hans. That's the weirdest thing. No incidents. Lots of overtakes, but
we saw a camera angle with him and some body work. Well, not of him, but we saw him coming into pit lane really damaged. And we saw some body work off to the right-hand side out of turn number 12. And I think that's where he came unstuck quite a long time ago. It was on lap, if you want the lap number, I don't know if that's any help, it was on lap number 12, or lap number 13, I should say, at the very end of the lap. I don't know if we've got time to I don't know if that helps in any way.
It does a little bit. You carry on, I'll just see if I can find it. Was that after the restart?
I believe it was pretty much on the restart, yeah, but we didn't need a caution because he got going. He got himself back to pit lane. However, it was really damaged, and that McLaren is not. Actually, they gave it a good 11 minutes of repairs before deciding that it was not worth continuing on in this race because the car was so damaged after the incident. It looked like it anyway. So this is back in the pack. This is on the restart lap. This is alongside the 72. So there he is. He's in a side-by-side battle with one of the Ferraris. It will happen towards the end of the lap here, so just bear with this one, but we're under caution, so we've got a bit of time here. It was the 3-wide moment that we saw on the back straight. They're on the outside, on the way towards the corner. Oh, bit of contact with a disappearing car. That won't help, but they get away with that. And it will be single file through here, and then the corner's time. They might drop this on their own, maybe.
Did he just go and bin that? This is literally on the restart scenario.
This next one here, with the TCR just up ahead of them. Let's see, into turn 12.
Nothing.
And no, he's okay. Out of 30. No, he's okay. He did complete that 13.
All right, let's go back live because I think we're going green. I'll keep trying to see.
Right, I'll have another look for that in a few moments' time. As far as our timing screen has gone, he's only completed 13 laps of this race, so it can't be that much longer. It can't be much further. Anyway, let's find out a little bit later on.
I have got something else, but we'll go green. Yeah, go green first, and I'll have a look at this after what I've got.
We'll park that for the moment.
Stick a
So the
pin in
leader.
it.
Yeah, we will. The Eagle Spin Academy AM GT3 is leading the way, but surely can't be far away from a pit stop. They haven't pitted at all yet. The only driver in the field to do so, the only team in the field to do so, going over an hour on fuel because of 2 cautions and likely fuel saving themselves as well, despite the 75% fuel limit. Maybe they're planning a restop strategy this afternoon as we get the race green again. 2 hours 56 remaining here at Detroit in round 2 of the FTR GT series. And it's a good start for Van Goot, who's just ahead of Dunn in the McLaren, who's leading the Pro class, and then follows all of those who pitted under the last caution, who will be battling their way in towards turn number 3 here we go late on the break. I'll hang on for now, but it's a big cork in the bottle for almost everybody else.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still there. I am surprised he's still there, and he didn't go into the pit lane at all. It's a little bit, yeah, I'm a bit confused, but we've got GT4s in. The mix of the GT3s again, so the likes of George Gruber there, Justin Michaela, Ricardo Michalowski is all in there, Parker Dime actually for WPM, we know Parker, is there as well. So yeah, there's a lot mix going on, but this front and the GT3 field is really taking shape here with the Eagle spread at the front of it.
Yep, they are just ahead of the McLaren, and then it's Audi. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 overall. You can see it's AM leading Pro. You won't see this very often throughout the race, I wouldn't expect, but this is of course down to pit strategy, and indeed 4 manufacturers in the top 5. Good variety here early on in this race, a little bit better than what we saw in qualifying anyway, as we make our way through turn 12 and 13 now, and out towards the end of the lap. Van Goot carries on again. They must be saving so much fuel under caution that he's able to do this.
Yeah, but how?
I'm running around slowly. Generally, by the way, you use half a lap of racing fuel to do 1 lap of green running, if you see what I mean. So for every lap we've had, they've saved half a lap of fuel racing speed. So that's I don't know how many caution laps we've had so far, but I reckon they'd saved at least 4 or so laps. And of course, you've got to factor in the fact it takes 3 minutes for a pace lap. So instead of 2 minutes taking, or 2 laps taking, 2 minutes, 3 minutes overall, it's actually taking 6 minutes because it's a 3-minute caution lap. So it really does stretch out the stint, as Empire Racing have had a bad restart here, I'm afraid. They were running inside the podium places earlier. They've dropped back. Meanwhile, RPM Racing look to retake the Pro lead. Thomas Dunn held it for a lap, but now he's given that over to the RPM Racing Black Audi.
Yeah, and then you are behind Racing Blue in behind him. So battles all the way through. Even Van Linden has just lost a place to Tyler Campbell in that Mustang. They've just gone past each other. Carl Mundell is in there. He's got Tom Weston from DDK. Tom, I'm surprised, is in a GT3 and not in a GT4. I know Tom from a GT4, but he has been driving quite the GT3 a lot lately, and is now out in 12th place at the moment for Tom, for DDK by Eagle Spread Academy G team. Down in the GT4s, Mikulowski, Michaela and Gruber are not very far apart at all.
No, they're not. Through the right-hander they go. They're still getting overtaken by a fairly healthy selection of GT3s here. Some Audis, of course, in this series, more than making their way through on the inside here. And, of course, the back end of the GT4s making their way through on TCR traffic as well. It's all going on here on the restart of this race, although GT4s, don't forget, are only 1 lap down on the overall leaders as things stand because of the safety cars that have come through. GT4 are only 1 lap down. In TCR, they are only 2 laps down. So the field is kept remarkably close after an hour because of the 2 cautions we've had so far.
Yeah, they've done a great job staying that close as well, which is great for them. Mikulowski's tucked in here in the GT4 with Michaela in front. You can see the TCRs in there. Evan Campbell is having a battle with little Johnny Castro down in the Who Just Blew there. So great action still taking place in all 4 classes.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a lot going on at the moment. There you can see the 2 retirements down at the very bottom of the field, unfortunately. But not these 2. Of course, you can see it on the tower, 38th and 39th. Yellow and Stage 1 Racing, unfortunately, out of this race early on. The Corvette still leads out front. Eagle Speed Academy still going. Chris Van Goot has gained 23 places so far from the start of the race. And still after 70 minutes, he's still going out front. This is... I would be surprised to see this even if we had 100% fuel available, but don't forget you can only fill 3/4 of a tank in this series.
Yeah, I think he's done a lot of saving. A lot of saving. And he can't have much more left, to be blatantly honest. There's no way he can go. Can he go 75, 80 minutes on this car? Well, we're going to find out, because he should be going in, I would have thought, this lap. But then again, who knows?
Go 4 hours?
Yeah, he might be. Who knows? I don't know. Look, let's be real about it. He's gone longer than what we thought he should anyway.
Yeah. So you never know what's possible anymore. By the way, normally a TCR stint with 100% fuel is about an hour and a half, but of course that will be limited by 25% this time round because of the fuel limitations, although most of them came in, apart from Evan Campbell, who for some reason was stuck behind the leader, and I don't think he took away from him when he should have done, but I shouldn't say that because that's not a thing that's come from the stewards, that's just something that came from me. So anyway, that doesn't really matter. He should be fine though to go for at least a little bit longer. Because of the cautions we've had so far, TCR should be able to go nearly 90 minutes based on what we're seeing at the moment from the very head of the race. Will Chris Van Goot now come into pit lane and finally succumb to the inevitable? No! He stays out again after over 70 minutes. He's going to lead this race, but surely RPM Racing are going to start to get a little bit impatient. They're not leading anymore and they are being caught, they're being held back. Their rivals still right behind them. There's Thomas Dunn for Blue Chip Racing, who, by the way, has still got at least another 10 minutes in him because he pitted earlier on.
Yeah, but there's no rules to say that Eagle Speed can't do what they're doing. They're leading the race at the end of the day, and fair play to them. Whatever stunt or trickery or wit sorcery they pulled in that car to get more fuel out of it, they're doing a great job. But as you say, they never normally see an AM at the front of the field like this and manage to hold on to the lead as well. So yeah, spectacular job from Eagle here, and I'll be interested to see what Chris Van Goot, how much longer he can go.
As I said earlier on, it is a it is a real different race, isn't it, to Portimao? the opening 2 rounds of this championship have been very, very different. Just to give you an idea, 7 finished on the lead lap of Portimao. I know there were 2 hours more in the race, but nevertheless, 7 finished on the lead lap. They were all up from the Pro class. The first of the AM class drivers were in teams were in 8th place. Now, at the moment, we've got 22 on the lead lap, despite all of the crashes. And, you know, that just shows you that there are going to be more cautions here than what we saw at Portimao, where there's a lot more runoff and you're less likely to crash, quite frankly. and we're going to keep this field closer together. It's going to be a much more strategic race as the Corvette goes round again.
Yeah. Are we sure they haven't been in at all? I'm showing that there's 0 stops.
I am absolutely confident in that. Yep, absolutely confident.
Right. Well, then, gee whiz, Batman.
Absolutely.
Because that's a long time. Well over 72 minutes so far, and he's still not into the pit lane. So, yeah, be interesting to see. He can't be surely going much longer, because I can tell you one thing: the RPM for FTR Blue Chip and FTR Racing behind are stuck here almost like he can't actually go anywhere. Gruber, Michaela and Mikulowski is all together in the GT4s, so that's a great little bit of action taking place. Chevalier's out in front of the TCRs now by 2.4. Evan Campbell is in the front wheel drive car. He's chasing down Jeremy Castro in a huge Jas car, but at the moment the story's about Chris Van Goot and how's he managed to go so far.
Absolutely, but hat off to him. Absolutely, fair play to him. The problem he's going to have, of course, is that he's going to pit under green and lose nearly a lap doing it. But nevertheless, if he stays on the lead lap, he'll be okay. And now he pits in. So nearly 75 minutes in, Chris Van Goot hands over the lead. Although he's left the top 5 very close together, of course. RPM Racing first and third, followed by Blue Chip Racing, Hugh Jackson and Aspire Competition, who are in the top 5. These guys are probably going to catch up to Chris Van Goot very soon again, because he's making a pit stop, of course, and he will drop to the very back of the GT3 field.
Yeah, he will, but how far is he going to go? He's down 17th at the moment. Jack Wyburn's gone through, Benarevo, ART, all gone through. Where's Jean Rubus? Is he going to come and go through as well? He is. Stefan Lagun from Squadra Veloce, is he going to go through? He is. So as much fun as that was for Chris at the front of the field, he's all the way down to the bottom of the GT3s and pros and AMs. So he's unfortunately right at the end. But this GT4 battle's got a little bit tasty.
Well, it might well go through on Van Goot, actually. Oh no, he's just got out in time. There you go. So we'll continue to follow this GT4 battle. Don't forget that when there's another caution, or if there is another one, the other teams will have either already stopped, and so he will have regained that track position, or they won't have stopped and they'll have to do it under caution, whereas they will be able to not do it under caution and they'll be back in the lead again. So it's not the worst strategy at all. We'll see where that pans out over the course of the next 2 hours and 46 minutes of racing. It is Talk Freak Racing who are still leading in GT4, followed by Treehouse Racing just about, although ART Sim Racing's number 4 car is looking to try and work their way through. And, we're nearly going to do it there towards turn 5, or excuse me, that would have been very brave. So thankfully they decided against making that dive.
Yeah, absolutely. But I can tell you one thing, he was very, very close to making that dive, wasn't he? And then good job he didn't, because that could have been, well, disastrous. And you don't want to do it when you're driving so well with 2 hours 45 minutes in, right? Let's be real about it. You want to make sure you can at least get to the end now and not make silly mistakes like that.
Absolutely. The top 3 have gotten away though from the rest. As Dan Papel said to us earlier on, Simrace Sweden are no longer on the lead lap, despite the fact they were leading earlier on. They're down in 8th place right now. Nowhere near these guys, but they are trying to work their way through the field and get it back onto the lead lap again, as are Enosis Esports, I suppose, but they spent 10 minutes and 29 seconds in the box earlier on, so they are over 4 laps behind. Going to be more difficult for them to get round. But this is the great thing about having cautions as well. You can get the wave around back onto the lead lap again, or try to, and if you do manage it, then you'll be absolutely back in the game. It's an absolutely wonderful thing to have in this series. Nobody's out of it because of the cautions. Nobody's ever out of it.
No, but you are relying on cautions. You're not making your own luck, are you? You're relying on something to happen to somebody else somewhere on the race circuit. And now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, right? Because let's face it, anything can happen. What I'm saying is, obviously, for Simrace Sweden, are them couple of laps down, he's now got to try and make sure that they can keep it on track. Because if they don't keep it on track now, they are going to be in trouble.
Meanwhile, This is Tom Weston in 11th place. Supposed to be chasing down or helping the AMs chasing down Equipment Geek Racing, but they're not at the moment. ART Sim Racing are stuck behind them and would really like to get past DDK here because they want to go and chase down the lead in this class, but struggling to do so at the moment as the GT3s see on the horizon just in the distance from TCR traffic once again.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting all over again very, very shortly here. The leaders are coming in. There they are, the TCR leaders once more, battling away. Chevalier is there. I think that's actually Castro and Campbell first, a side-by-side, and here comes everybody else. So that's Bertolucci, the first one, isn't it, if I'm not mistaken there?
Yep.
Well, it's not Bertolucci now. It was Bertolucci in the car. It's not in the car anymore.
No, is it Brian Chevalier and Matthew Malheur? Looks like it.
Yes.
Yes, it is indeed. Oh, I thought Chevalier was driving a different car earlier, but anyway.
No, he's always been in the green TCR.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Right, okay, fine. And then there's Malheur in the second place. I wonder if he's French, by the way. So if he is, that means his second name means best. I wonder if he is the best at the end of the day.
Well,
not at the moment.
He could be a French Canadian.
That's what I mean. Yeah, he might speak French. So,
okay.
But equally, he might not.
Yeah, he may just maybe I don't know. Maybe he's of French descendants.
Exactly. Yeah. It does indeed mean best. My French not letting me down on that occasion.
Did you just Google that? Just to confirm?
I googled it to make sure, but I said it out loud first. So I get the credit and then the confirmation.
Okay,
so, there we go. Anyway, he might not be French Canadian after all this. So anyway, let's forget about that. This is the battle for the lead in TCR. It will be intimate. Oh dear, contact! One of the Mustangs dived down the inside. I think the Scuderia Grunch car thought that it would accelerate a bit quicker than it did, and so the Elantra just got straight into the back of the Mustang there.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of a miscommunication, I think. I don't think that Mustang was exceptionally expectant to take a dive like that. We've got Jack Wyburn and Alias de Vries from ART. They've been backwards and forwards side by side for quite a while, both in the Audi. And is he going to be? I don't know. It's not. It's kind of settled down a little bit. Tom Weston still at the front of DDK with Kevin Tierenens from ART still in behind him. So Tom doing a great job keeping that Porsche on the racetrack, sitting in 11th at the moment with 2 hours and 41 minutes remaining.
Still plenty of time. We're about a third of the way through this race. It's flown by, hasn't it? It's been a wonderful start to this race. FTR GT Series in full swing again for round number 2. Of course, we'll be back on the JP YouTube channel for round 3 in 3 weeks at Jerez. Which is going to be another circuit we don't see multiclass racing on very often at all. I said at the start of the stream, but it's so great to have endurance multiclass racing. Like, you don't see it in real life, but we're seeing it here instead. Portimao is the only circuit that has multi-class long endurance racing in real life that we're also doing here. But for Detroit, Jerez, Sonoma, Zandvoort and Mid-Ohio, we don't really see it like this. So we're very much looking forward to the rest of this race and the rest of the season for these circuits that don't hold these kind of races in real life.
Akiyama Full. That would have been an interesting circuit for multi-class.
They do hold relatively long multi-class races.
Do they?
Yeah, they do Super GT.
Oh. Okay. Maybe we'll go to Tsukuba Full instead then. I do love Tsukuba. It's such a fun track.
Well, I was about to say it's a bit small, but then so's this, I suppose. So, you know, maybe
it's probably, yeah, I think Tsukuba is a little bit smaller than this, but I would think Tsukuba would be an interesting race circuit to be running multi-class on, though, because that would be quite funny, to be blatantly honest. I don't know how they would manage it. 30-second stop at home for Ineos Esports GT4 for not leaving racing room and causing a collision. Oh. And they're in. No, that's actually a pit stop. They're not allowed to take a pit stop while trying to serve a penalty, I don't believe. I think it's got to be separated if I saw a briefing earlier on, wasn't it?
I would imagine so. Let me just have a look at this. So, 30-second stop and hold for causing a collision. That is with the number 24 like a razzle-dazzle car, who are now, where are they in the field? I don't know, but anyway, if we have a look at what happened. Is this what happened?
No, this hopefully. There you go.
It
Blank car.
was at turn 12. They ran wide, and as you saw from this angle here, McLaren very, very damaged indeed. And after 11 minutes, they gave up on the repairs, and unfortunately, have had to call it a day.
Yeah, well, we'll go hunting for the other one.
Okay. That's the only penalty since the restart, by the way. There are other warnings and investigations ongoing, but nothing so far that is a penalty, as the GT4s are now lapped again by GT3 traffic. The RPM Racing blue car has been, RPM Racing red have lost positions here in the meantime. Aspire Competition have just been overtaken by them for 5th position, a little bit further back. However, it's not been a great restart or a great last hour or so for RPM Racing Red, who of course were on the pole. They were leading for a little while as well, and now they are down in, they were down in 6th place at worst. They're at least back to 5th. Not great news, I'm afraid, for RPM Racing Red, the winners from the opening round.
But there could be a reason for that.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at what happened in towards turn 3. Late on the brakes on the McLaren and into the wall. Wow.
Just
Rushes the wall.
that, and this is the only other problem of the restart. This is what I'm seeing. You're going to get put round here. You are.
Dear. Ouch, that's a big hit for the UJAS Mercedes, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he
would be able to get back to pit lane, but they haven't even had to repair the car. Goodness me, that Mercedes is made of steel. As Blue Chip Racing come in for some fuel.
Wondering. Warning for MRC. For dive bombing. MRC have had a warning for dive bombing. I was just trying to see if it was them involved in that incident, but I don't believe it is. So we'll have to keep an eye and see what was going on there. There's a couple of things under investigation at this moment in time, so we'll see how that one pans out. But Tom Weston still with Digi in behind him.
Yep, DDK versus Digitrax in the 9th and 10th positions of the GT3 Pro standings. Been a good start for Digitrax actually, up 4 places so far. That's good, I'm afraid, for Tom Weston and DDK as a whole. Actually, they're down 4 in this spot, and they're down at the back, down at Yam, of course, are DDK. So not a great start to the great first third of this race for them, but still plenty of time to recover. And as Dan was saying to us earlier on, if you're on the lead lap in this series, you're okay. And that's got to be the main aim for everybody here. Stay on the lead lap, be ready for that final restart in about 2 hours' time.
Yeah, and I think you've got to be there or thereabouts. You've got to try somehow and at least be on the same lead lap as your leader. As Alex Cofford there with Yanis from the RPM go in behind him for the Racing Blue, coming into turn 1, the right-hander. And then into the left-hander, I believe that's George Gruber from Torque Freak in front, and who's just about to get lapped as well. But I don't think we can distinguish how imperative it actually is to be, that sort of area with 2 hours to go here.
Side by side for second in GT4. Just in the background, no pass quite. Treehouse Racing hold on. ART, who are now going to get dived by an Audi. And they will be losing time, I would have thought, through this section as they get involved with traffic. But Torque Freak and GT4 are quite close together. That battle for second, though, just allows Torque Freak to gain a length or 2.
Yeah, but for how much longer? That's going to be the question, because once these GT3s have gone through, they're all going to go and start battling back again together, aren't they? So George now has got to use this period of time and run. He's got to be a scolded cat in headlights at the moment and just sprint off like an absolute madman, because he's got that 1.4 to Justin Michaela with Michalowski in behind him. And then once these GT3s have gone through, they're all going to be back together.
I certainly hope so. It could happen as well. Michalewski's got to be careful of getting laps here by the Mustang, but not but splitting him apart from the other Mercedes. And no, he's going to get... No, he holds his ground. Although he did miss the apex slightly. I think he was slightly distracted by the Mustang, and why wouldn't you be? He does lose a length or two, but he'll get past now, and that should be fine. Mustang will work its way through. One thing that has really been noticeable to me in the early part of this race is that actually the speed difference really isn't very large at this circuit between these classes, and so it's in some places quite difficult to get through.
Yeah, well, we said that, didn't we, round about at the beginning when we said that there wasn't a massive difference in times, and I don't believe there's still a massive difference in times. You know, that's the problem. The best times at the moment: 128 GT3 Pro, 29 AMS, 34 GT4, and 37. So at the moment, it's 9 seconds. So, you know, it's 9 seconds, and that's not massive at all between three classes. And these aren't, let's face it, these aren't three classes that you would generally stick on a multi-class race, would you? You wouldn't necessarily put these into a multi-class race here. So, you know, they've done something that nobody else would dare do, and it's paying off at the moment. It's going well. Yeah, they've had problems, but let's be real. You got 38 cars at Belle, all within classes that are only 7 seconds apart. To get this far, they've done well.
Yeah, it's been good so far. I think everybody has gone into this race, you know, obviously having seen the drivers' briefing and everything, and thought, you need to be careful here in this race. You know, let's not be silly, because you can get away with stuff at circuits like Portimao. There's plenty of runoff, tarmac runoff at that, but round here there's not even any of that. Not even any gravel on the outside. It's just pure solid concrete on either side of the circuit, and that's what you've got to be worried about as far as your car health is concerned. And so everybody has realised that, and everyone's been very well behaved so far, with an hour and a half gone, which is it's good to see. And it's been a good race as far as action has gone as well. RPM Racing are still leading it, of course, but it's not the same car. Got 5 seconds over Hugh White, with Yesha Yunus trying to make his way up to second place ahead of Alex Coffard now in that battle for second place in GT3. There's one in GT4 as well. As Mihalevsky gets to the inside here of turn 4, he's up on the curb. He'll be on the outside for the next corner. It could be quite an awkward battle between these two, and Michele holds on in the Treehouse Racing Mercedes. And all this is allowing Talk Freak Racing to get further ahead.
Yeah. It's like anything, isn't it? You battle, the car up front's going to absolutely bolt away. Now they're going to be side by side into the turn here. Is it going to make it? No. Not made it through before they go into this park fountain section, whatever you want to call it, at Belle Isle here. And these two, Michele and Michalowski, having a great... Oh, no! Oh, no.
What's happened here to Tom Weston, and the battle for fourth in GT4 here was being infiltrated by GT3. Oh, he's gone way too deep. Goodness me.
Oh, Tom. He didn't definitely not have his Tom turned on then, did he?
And very good. And the GT4 also was put off by that, because they went very deep as well, nearly losing fourth in the class. Actually did lose fourth in the class, but Weston had to reverse out. He's taken the public highway road there. Well, it's not a highway, is it? It's a normal road. This circuit takes a bit of a diversion there, turning right and then going through 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, through sort of a big fountain roundabout thing. But actually the normal road that the public go down is where Tom Weston just went. He could have rejoined the circuit there, but obviously he would have... well, it wouldn't be allowed because it would be cutting the course. But that is actually a road he went down, just the wrong one.
Yeah. Never good for Mr. Tom Weston, unfortunately for him, and he knows as well. I would have caught it live. I've known Tom for quite a while, so he'll sit in the car wondering what has James said this time. Great racing so far. The traffic has been insane to deal with. Thanks, Lewis, for the kind words. So yeah, you did really well, Ian. Congratulations. I did love the fact that your attitude at the restart there as well, when you were sitting in behind 4 GT3s. Made us happy up here in the booth, didn't it? Where it was just kind of like, oh well, you get past me, I'm going to go now. So good job.
It's a lively restart for those TCRs. Sorry, in the first restart of the race.
Crazy.
First caution came after only 10 minutes or so into this one. a good hour and 20 ago now. We've had another caution stint, but this is, I think, the longest green flag run so far, is it? Are we getting past the second green flag run yet? I'm not sure. The first green flag run was for sure the shortest. So we're getting towards the longest run in the race so far. It's been quite a settled run in this race. So we've had a couple of incidents here or there. Tom Weston just going deep on the brakes there as well. However, it's been relatively calm as far as traffic has been concerned, and everyone's been careful. The two Titrax cars get absolutely together here, and Sufro there was being a bit nice there as he's to his teammate. Been overtaken now by the 74 Corvette. That was Francisco Barrio, who's trying to make up some places again after his long repair at the second caution of the race, I believe it was.
And he's got a new nose.
He does.
He does. He's been in, got it all done. Bless him as well. So great job there for the Ineos FTR GT3. It's getting a little bit dying down a little bit at the moment there. Stefan Le Guen and Jean Rabou from RPM Racing Purple FTR are having a nice little bit of a ding-dong going on. So great job from everybody at this moment in time, and nice little battles happening as you see the overall gaps there on the left-hand side, and then you can even put the car numbers on who's where in the field. So that is all the way down to 30.
It's the top 30 overall, and their best laps of the race. Best one so far, RPM Racing Red, who took pole earlier on in the day. Now up to 4th place in the field. Just a couple of seconds off the battle, 4 seconds. That's still being held by Alex Coffard in the huge ash white. It's becoming increasingly clear. I know it's only round 2, but it is becoming increasingly clear that RPM Racing are going to be the team to beat this season. 3 of their cars were in the top 4 of the opener, and right now 3 of their cars are in the top 4 again, but it's 1, 3 and 4 rather than 1, 2 and 4 as they were 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that RPM are going to continue to fight, right? Cacciaro, Eunice and Gannon. We saw Gannon make the move as well at the beginning, and Gannon's kind of put his team in that position when as soon as he come and made that move, the turning moment was he made the move over FTR Red, and when he did make that move they were just coming into traffic, and that gave him that leeway. And I think that's the thing, Gannon really made use of that situation. He knew he had to get through. He did get through, and now he's just reaping the rewards, and he's doing a great job in the FTR Black there. So yeah, overall stunning job from these guys. The fact that we've still got, what have we got, 37 cars running. I think Cabrera is the last one from Ineos still running.
Yeah, the Enosis Esports GT4 still going. How long was their stop earlier on? The last one was a minute and a half, but that doesn't tell the full story at all, does it? That's the more recent pit stop there for Enosis and Pablo Cabrera. Meanwhile, side by side for 11th as Enosis Esports GT3 this time, hanging on from Digitrax. I believe this is a recent overtake, actually, for Enosis, on Digitrax Black, who are looking down the inside and going for it again now on the brakes. It's Corvette on Corvette, and Barry Nuevo makes his way forward. He is romping through the field. He's now only 1 position behind where he started this race.
Great job for Barry Nuevo after getting caught up in the incidents and then losing his front end, and now coming back through the field. So, doing rather well for himself on that one. It depends again on the way the strategy all worked out, didn't it, for Baranoevo? He pitted on lap 30, which pretty much was the same as most of the other people, which I believe was that the second safety car, wasn't it, on that one? And he was in the pits for 2 minutes 35 seconds and has now managed to make his way up. But 2 people that will not be making their way up are these. There's going to be a dive up the inside here. Watch that. There you go.
That was awkward. How did they get themselves resolved from this then? Thankfully, there's a bit of a gap in the traffic here. Well, he's not quite on the... Well, he is on the racing line, but he's not... He's just drive forward here the wrong way a bit. He wouldn't advise driving the wrong way, but he did need to there. And now he can get himself turned around properly. Good driving from everybody to recover, and actually, unfortunately, is to escape back to pit lane.
Was there contact? We saw the dive. Yes, there he did. Okay. We did see the dive coming in now. I think there could be a penalty on its way from that one. So, yeah. Should be interesting now. Not many penalties. The last one was 15 minutes ago, which was the MLC warning for dive bombing. So I guess the old stewards are sitting back, kicking back and getting a cup of tea at the moment.
Yeah, having a... Well, maybe not having dinner. It's a bit late, I suppose, especially in Europe. But anyway, yes. It's been well behaved relatively as far as the stewards have been concerned. They haven't had loads to do. You know, you don't want a million things to do as a steward when you're in one of these races. You don't want too much because then it means your race is very chaotic indeed. So it's been pretty well behaved so far as Nuevo gets on with his drive. He's racing away from Digital. I do wonder what he could have done as far as his position goes if he didn't have that damage earlier on. Actually, he was running in the top 10 earlier. I believe he'll get back there again. I think he was 8th or 9th at the time of the crash, and so he's getting back on with this again. I reckon he will be possibly needing a caution really to do some of the catching, because not catching ART sim racing, but look at the gap ahead of them. It's a good 10 seconds.
I reckon, you know, there's a good chance he can get a little bit further up. The question will be, how far can he go? He's only 41 seconds away from the leader. That's not very long at all, especially with some of the incidents we've had. You know, I'm not wishing that the leaders get involved in an incident by any shape of the imagination, Mr. O'Leary. But what I'm saying is with the incidents, there could be a chance for him to get himself forward.
Possibly.
Are you not so confident? We have been here before.
Well, I know, yes. No. I don't know. I'm not going to make a prediction like that.
It put me on the spot, Mum, and I didn't know what to say, so I just went, I didn't really say it on that one. Come on, I reckon he can get a top 5. I reckon Ineos Esports GT3, Barrio Nuevo could get a top 5.
Well, let's remember that it's not going to be him all day, so he'll get out soon, because he's been going nearly half the race now as Barrio Nuevo, so I'm not sure he will be in till the end, actually, but I don't think top 5 quite. I think the top 5 have almost made themselves. I mean, 3 of them is going to be RPM Racing, Black, Blue and Red. So then there's only 2 other places. Are they going to be in one of those 2 other places? I don't quite think so. I think they fully deserve a top 10 and they're going to get one. But whether they'll get a top 5, I'd be sceptical of that.
Wow. No confidence there, have you?
Nope.
Well, go Ineos FTR. That's all I can say on that one. Prove him wrong. There you go. On that. I can confirm that we are sitting back, but the tea has gone cold, said Tom, who's up in the steward's room at the moment.
He has gone cold. Well, yeah.
To be fair, they
try beer. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, they haven't got a lot to do. We can just go and get another one, couldn't he? Let's be real about it. You know what I mean? Come on, Tom. Sort it out, son. While you're there, drop us some coffee down, mate. You know what I mean? I'm a bit parched in the old booth up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure Richard's suggesting him to have a beer is a good idea.
No, I think, yeah, Rich, stop it. What are you doing? Offering him a beer here.
Never mind. We'll see how that goes. Beer stewarding. Anyway, that was close. Barrio Nuevo going for it in towards turn number 1 there for this for a top 10 place. He should have it here though. Out of turn number 2, he's right in the slipstream now and should be able to get his way through if he wants to be brave on the brakes, and he will. He's been brave all race so far in his recovery for Enosis Esports, and now he makes his way into the top 10. He gives some room. He slaps in front of the Porsche though and says, this top 10 is mine, and not even in the same class after all. So Barrio Nuevo makes his way up into the top 10, and now he really does have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, he's got 12 seconds, but you know, let's face it, we are in we are in Belle and anything can happen. So let's see how it all goes here as well. RPM, FTR Red and Blue are in the mix. That's GT4 Sim Race Sweden and the Honda, I believe that is, of Huge Ass Blue, all on the track at the same time. So we had practically near enough all three classes on well, we did have the three classes, GT3 Pros obviously with GT4s and TCRs, which looks quite cool at the moment in time. But now that spread that gap out a little bit. Catching up on what's going on down here, George Gruber and Michalowski are still not very far apart. They've been lapped a couple of times, but they're still not very far apart in conjunction with like the likes of TCRs, which is like 8 seconds, you know what I mean? So for George Gruber and Michalowski, they're doing a great job down in the GT4s here for Torque Freak Racing and ART Sim Racing number 4.
Oh, that was a big rev up there for the McLaren. Lucky the traction control can just rein it in. Yeah, Gruber has briefly got away from the ART Sim Racing car actually when they was battling with the Treehouse Racing Mercedes, but that has since ended and they are right in the battle again here. Gruber didn't get a very good run at the final corner either. He hit the curb there and he's going to have to go on the defensive in towards turn number 1, and round the outside goes ART Sim Racing. What an overtake this would be! Round the outside into turn 1 and inside at 2. They'll just be stopped here slightly as Michalowski has to ensure he doesn't run straight into the side of the Torque Freak Racing Mercedes, but that would have been spectacular. Round the outside at turn 1, couldn't quite pull it off though.
Yeah, not this time unfortunately, but there was just, yeah, I almost thought that was going to be a move around the outside. We haven't seen one of them all the way through the race, and it would have been an absolutely amazing job. He's now going to... man, do you know what? That is one area of sim racing that worries me so much. When the car behind is off the racing line so much that he looks like he's going to go and dive him out the inside. Do you know what I mean? He's going to come back from so far. He ain't going to lick a stamp. He's going to put it on a FedEx aeroplane. You know what I mean? Because that was just one of them moments, and I think that's probably more on me than on them. I don't think he was going to go for the overtake, but I just have this nervous disposition that they're going to go and start. Absolutely, he's going to go in and T-bone him because he's got it all wrong, or he's gap expected or something like that. So you know. Let's see how this one pans out. Let's hope they don't do that, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the Ferraris just stay behind them here for the final couple of corners. So we're now into the swing of this stint, so much so that the classes are all interlinked here. TCR, GT4 and GT3 all running around together at the moment, as there's a stop there for one of the GT3s. 30-second stop and hold, meanwhile. Squadra Veloce Bravo. And that is them serving their penalty there. There you go. Yep, that's 18th overall. Change of position, although they're not in the same class. That's Pro versus Am there in the field. 2 hours 15 remaining. We will be shortly be joined by Tom Kearns. Actually, James will step away for a break in a few minutes or so, and I'll be with Tom Kearns for 10 minutes or so, and then I'll be off on my way for this evening. I'll watch from the sidelines instead the conclusion of this race in what is becoming longest green flag run of this race now. I believe we went back green just after the hour mark, so we must be getting close now to the longest green flag run. It's been relatively incident free as well so far these last 40 minutes or so. It's been good to get a nice green flag run under our belt. Lots of traffic now involved and not been totally without incidents, but there's been very few of them, as that's for Ryan Woolsey. I think he's had a disconnection there.
No, look at his car. What? Yeah, not going to stay on that. As much as I'd love to see what happened to Ryan there, unfortunately I don't like cars doing that because that could cause things to break. So I'm going to stay away from Ryan there, but whatever it was, he looked like he may have had something somewhere on the racetrack and then just disappeared or has gone in the meantime. So we'll keep an eye and see what happens there. RPM Purple FTR, they've been in the pits for 10 minutes.
Oh dear, we missed something there. Yeah, I was wondering where the other RPM racing car was actually. They were part of the 4 RPM racing cars that finished in the top 10 in the opening round of the season.
Who's in the car? Was it Crouch in the car at the moment that happened? No.
It was at the start, yeah.
Oh, hold on.
At the start of the race. Now they're out again.
Yeah, this is one on lap 10, but I don't think this is...
No, this is not. This is under caution.
This is under caution. No, it's still under caution. Then he entered into the pit lane.
10 minutes ago would have been...
that would have been quite up the field,
I don't know what...
Who would have been in the
what
car?
kind of incident that would have been. Not
Who
sure.
is that? RPM... No. Don't know. Don't know what happened to them, but they're in the pits and they've been in the pits for about 10 minutes. So I'm going to see if I can find out anything drama of somebody dropping down the field there quite rapidly. I've got to find out who was in the car beforehand, though, to be honest with you. Gene Rubus wasn't it? And that was the incident there.
Have a look. Side by side. And, we did see it. We just forgotten it. Apologies. So it was dived by the Ferrari, and that was quite a rude dive, actually. Quite unlucky, actually, that they got 10 minutes of damage because of that. It wasn't huge contact.
It might not have been huge, but look at the steering.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
It was well damaged.
Pretty harsh. Pretty harsh that they've got that amount of suspension damage from that amount of contact. I mean, yeah, but very unfortunate for them indeed. They're back out now, though. They are in 36th overall, right at the very back of the field. They're a long way even off the others in their class, so it's going to be a long road to recovery. It's just a long trudge around now for some points at the moment. They're only picking up 2 points as things stand as well, so it's not particularly fruitful for them. But don't forget, they're third in the championship coming into today, and every point is going to be very, very crucial indeed.
Yeah, this is Shane Cameron. Not quite sure. Oh, that back end's coming round. Sorry, Shane. And that was because
its rear end already as a result of what we saw in turn 12 on the restart.
You can see the bump just there. He gets he'll get a bump there. There you go. And then it will just kind of unsettle the car, and then he's just bump in the wall for Shane Cameron. Oh no, dude!
We've got incidents. Barry Nuevo seems to have been involved, and we've got pit stops as well. I reckon we've got scheduled pit stops coming up here, by the way. Oh, that's a spin, though. Barry Nuevo did such a good job to race back into the top 10, and it's all been undone. Needs to be careful doing that.
I think this is just the people tucked in behind Barry Nuevo, to be blatantly honest with you. I got a funny feeling a couple of them might be just stuck. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, that was just the two that was stuck there, and unfortunately for Barry Nuevo, it was doing so well. The top 5 might have gone out the window. So,
Plenty of scheduled pit stops coming here, by the way, and others have come in as a result of that. Well, no, not as a result of that spin, but they have come in after that spin. Tom Weston's in as well. Yannick Willems has gotten into the Digitrax black car. Preston Michaels got into the Sunday drivers car, and Geoffrey Rowlands has gotten into the Eagle Speed Academy car. So we're pretty much on halfway here, and we are already seeing pit stops come about, and we're seeing scheduled ones for the first time as well, under green flag conditions.
Yeah, which is good to see, I think, because we've been under caution, haven't you? Both RPM cars are in. So that's going to put Aspire in front at the moment. Oh, no, that's stage 1, isn't it? Ivan Van Linden, he's in. Empire Racing have gone round. They've overtaken the both RPM cars as well. Now, we're going to be keeping an eye out for... it was the AM. Chris Van Gook from Eagle Speed to see how far he goes, because obviously he went, what did he go, like 80, 75 minutes or something crazy, wasn't it, on the last one?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? It was the hand that was
He did,
leading.
yes.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I was to say, yeah, I'm trying to work something else now in my head already. So that's why I sounded so unsure. Is he going to be back at the lead again? The answer to that is a resounding no. There's the RPM, that's not RPM, excuse me, it's someone else, but RPM Racing Blue have gone out ahead of them, for example. So yeah, Chris Van Gogh, we'll see how much further he can go, but I reckon he'll be able to touch the hour here. Yeah,
I think so as well. And he's sitting in 9th place at the moment. But if he went 70 minutes, 75 minutes, that's going to put him an hour and 15 over. He's got a 45-minute stint. Sitting in 9th at the moment. People in front are starting to make pit stops. As I say that, Aspire are into the pits as well. So, Blue's already gone in front of him. Hugh Just White went in on 61, so they've done theirs. So the other one he can really jump might be ART Sim Racing 1. They haven't had their stop yet. Scott Rister and Kevin Coppelin are in, and the leaders, the GT4, are all in. George Gruber, Justin Michaela, Justin Delano. That's going to put Parker Dime in behind. He's going to go and get in second, with Antonio Alvarez in third, and Richard Makalowski is in first place for the GT4s at the moment. So they're having a nice little battle as well.
That's a change around. As a result, there's Simrace Sweden right ahead of them, and they'll be desperate to stay on the lead lap here, of course. Or is it staying one lap down? Excuse me, I think it's staying just one lap down rather than going two down, but they've got no choice now. The blue flags are waving, so they've got to let the leaders through, and they've got to go 2 laps down. So they'll need a couple of cautions as things stand to get themselves back onto the lead lap, which is not particularly ideal for the previous leaders in GT4. Talk Freak Racing get back out onto the circuit again then in GT4, and they should retain the lead in a few moments' time. So in that case, James,
yep.
You're going to go and take a break for the next 10 minutes, is that right? And then me and Tom will chatter away until you're back, is that correct?
That is correct, dear sir. I will leave you two guys to it. Enjoy yourself. Tom, enjoy the racing. I'm going to head off.
Thanks very much. We'll be here back with James in a few moments' time. Tom, welcome in. Tom Cairns, joining us for the last 2 hours of this race. What have you made of this opening race so far? Well, not the opening race of the season, of course, but the opening 2 hours of this race. We always expected it to be a bit of a concrete jungle here in Detroit. We always expected it to be multi-class action and very busy indeed. That's exactly what we've seen so far. What have you made of it?
Well, the drivers are just finding their way around the circuit, finding the limits, finding the overtaking opportunities, and finding the gaps as to where they know where to feed through the traffic, especially if you are in a GT3. Doesn't matter whether it be a pro or an AM. But they're finding their feet around the circuit. They clearly have done. We've had a few safety car interventions, which has gathered the field back together for a little bit. And given the pit stops that are happening during green flag conditions, it's going to make for an intriguing last couple of hours to sort of know who will get it right and who will get it wrong. And those have got a handsome amount of fuel on board. They've got a bit of a decision to make, whether to come in during green flag conditions or whether to gamble on a safety car and make up a lot of time over the field ahead of them. And, you know, we've had a few retirements along the way, but nothing too dramatic, I don't think. We've had a few collisions where some drivers just not quite leaving enough room for those alongside and causing maybe a little bit of a traffic jam, but there's nothing been too major about what we've seen so far in the first couple of hours. And, you know, it's just going to come down to who will get it right and who will get it wrong, who's going to be brave enough to send one up the inside or the outside into a corner. And considering how both the RPM Racing Black and RPM Racing Red teams have been getting on, Richard Cawthron, who's in the lead now, ahead of Charlie Ludnilson, they've got a bit of a decision to make as to when they're next going to be pitting in.
Yeah, we heard in the YouTube actually from Richard Cawthron, who's now back into that car for the first time here today. and is leading ahead of the pole sitter Charlie Lund-Nielsen, who set the fastest lap in qualifying for RPM Racing Red. Crash in the background. I think that was a TCR and GT4 coming together. That was, well, I couldn't tell you which of the specific cars it was, unfortunately, but it was down in towards turn number 7, and we've got our third caution of the day. So you were just talking about it, Tom. Is it going to be about ducking and diving through the safety cars, or making pit stops on the green? Well, most of them have made the pit stop already and committed to the green flag pit stop here in GT3 and GT4 especially. However, there is now a caution, and this is what happened. Jeremy Castro down the inside. Oh, that's big contact.
Big contacts indeed. I'd love to get another angle of that, because Castro seemed to have just went a little bit too deep, actually. So this is from an onboard view of Jeremy Castro on his way towards, I think it's turn 7 or something like that. Oh, he's actually losing it before he even got to the apex of the corner, and he just used the blue and black livery machine ahead of him as a brake to get the car slowed down. And that, unfortunately, has brought out the third safety car of the race, and that's going to play into the hands of those who are out of position. They were out of sync to the leaders earlier on, but now that they're ahead on track, they've almost got a free pit stop of which they can use, but it depends on how much time they've actually gained by staying out longer and on tyres that are, well, not as grippy as those that have just come in. Richard Cawthor, who, as far as I understand, has only just got into the car himself, so he may have a bit of a decision to make. How much fuel has he got on board in that machine? If he's only just been in and swapped drivers, then they'll have had to put a lot of fuel into the car at the same time. So this is pretty much his race to lose at the moment, or RPM Racing Black's team's race to lose. And RPM Racing Red have got a bit of a decision to make as well on how they go about their strategy for the remainder of this race.
I wonder what we're going to see in the way of pit stops this time around. I think most of the GT3s and GT4s will stay out, but there are a few exceptions. Eagle Speed Academy might well come in, as might Blue Chip Racing. They haven't pitted in the last 5 minutes or so, but almost everybody else has in GT3 and GT4. Yeah, it does seem that Jeremy Castro lost the car, as he said. The onboard was more telling there. Down the, what's that road called? I've forgotten what the road is called, but as you're twisting along this road here down the back straight towards turn 7, you are sort of not aware quite of the load that you're actually under, but you are under quite a lot of load through the turns. And if you lose it, you're not going to be able to brake anywhere near as efficiently as you need to. And they went straight into the back of Kevin Deckers, who was the Digitrax white BMW driver that you saw involved. And there was also a GT4 involved, although no GT4 has come in for emergency service, which suggests that the damage in any of the GT4 cars is not that bad. So they've been able to get away with it. But in either way, it was a pretty bad crash down here at turn number 7. It's brought out our third safety car of the day, and most of them are going to use this one to just regather and not refuel, but in TCR they might. But for the rest of the field, it's going to be about regathering mentally rather than refueling physically for them on this occasion. So Richard Cawthor leads them around just behind the R-Racing pace car. And RPM Racing have got yet another safety car restart to think about here. They're third in 2 hours, all of which they've led from the front.
We saw Tom Weston go off a little bit earlier at that same corner, but the good thing he did was that because he knew he wasn't going to make the corner, he took to the escape road on the far side, on the left-hand side, instead of just turning into the right. Maybe that's what Jeremy Castro should have done, unless he had a car alongside him. So I'd love to get another replay of it to see whether he did have other options as to what he could have done, or whether he just simply had not enough time to really make up his own mind of what was the best thing to do. But either way, that incident had put him into the pits, and it sent him down the order big time there. Remind you that he is in one of the TCR cars, isn't he? He's in the TCR class, was Jeremy Castro. And he is, well, it's left his team with all sorts of work to do. And some drivers just swapping around. So some of the drivers who were in earlier, which I was watching, are no longer in the car. So it's going to take me a little bit of time to get up to speed with who has changed to who and when they changed to, well, made the driver swaps is what I'm trying to get my words out for. So we are officially halfway through the race. We're on lap number 70. And this is Richard Cawthor who we're looking at behind the safety car. and he's ahead of Charlie Nilsson, who's in the RPM Racing Red FTR car in the Audi R8. I think it is an Audi R8 that they are in. And then it's Giovanni Romano in the Ford Mustang, racing for the Hugh Just White team, followed by the 99 of Mark de Boer in the Audi for the RPM Racing Blue FTR squad. So in actual fact, we've got 3 RPM racing cars in the top 4, with Chris van Goot, the highest of the GT3 AMs for the Eagle Speed Academy esports team in the 277, making up a lot of positions from where he was. But I don't even know when the last time he had pitted. It can't have been too long ago since he was in the pits, either making a driver swap or he came in for fuel.
Let's see as this race plays out. Just less than 2 hours remaining. We should be seeing pit lane open this time round. As I say, it should only really be for the TCRs who will be making their way in, bar a few exceptions in the third caution of this race. Make their way down towards the scene of the accident. Hearing from Tom Earl, by the way, in the YouTube chat, there was a hardware failure for Jeremy Castro, which didn't help things. That, I guess, maybe explains a little bit. Tyler Agostino is going to take over for the Hugh Just Blue TCR. So after they've done their repairs, they look like they are going to re-emerge, and they won't become our third retirement of the day, but they will be in last position with a new driver on board after that accident, which is a shame. It's never nice to exit a race as a driver in that situation when you've just been involved in a crash like that you'll probably be feeling a little bit guilty about. Then you've got to get out of the car, and you've got to live with that going towards the next round, which is going to be difficult. The next round is in a few weeks' time now. It's 3 weeks today at Jerez in Spain, and if you've made that mistake, you've got to sort of live with it until then, which is difficult.
And when you have an accident like that, it undoes all the hard work that your teammates have done earlier on in the race if they've been in the car. We've got some drivers heading for the pits, so they're taking the opportunity during this safety car period to make a stop now. So we'll see who actually ducked in. I'm just keeping an eye on the captions that are coming up on the screen. They may have been out of sequence in terms of the laps they were on. We've got the blue chip racing car into the pit lane. That's the 06 of Chase Brown that's gone in. And who else have we got in? We've got the man who's currently in 20th position on our timing screen. That's Yella Verstraeten for the Squadra Veloce Bravo by Eagle team in the Ferrari that's just headed in. And we've got a GT4 that's also in here. So I think that's Treehouse Racing. Justin Michaela in the 218 that's headed in the Mercedes. So he's gone in for fuel and maybe a driver swap as well. So we'll keep an eye out on that as best as we can. It's a difficult one now, isn't it? Because you don't really know when the safety cars come in. The yellow lights are still flashing, which means it will still be circulating, but those lights may go out before the lap is out. So will the safety car come in at the end of this lap?
I think it's going to be at least another couple before we're going to see any movement from the safety car. I think there'll be a little bit of a while now, so we will wait for that in a few moments' time. What's going to need to happen, just for those that don't know, by the way, now that the pit lane has opened, what needs to happen from here until the end of the pit stop cycle, or indeed the safety car cycle, is that those who are caught between their class leader and the overall leader, so that applies to all the classes that are not GT3 Pro, of course, they will be given a wave around because it's unfair on them to be caught between the safety car and their overall leader. They will be waved around, and once they've caught the back of the train, we will go back racing again. So that's what we're waiting for here in the next 5 minutes or so, and possibly the next couple of laps as well, where we are under caution. For now, then, that's going to be it from me. I've been Ewan O'Leary for the last couple of hours. I'll be handing back over to James Parfitt, who will take you through the final hour and 55 minutes with Tom Cairns.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. Thanks so much for that one, Mr. O'Leary. Pleasure as always, dear sir, and I'll see you tomorrow.
As always.
Yeah,
I'll see
as
you
always.
That's what I say to you every time I leave.
Yep, see you tomorrow, buddy. Have a good one there as well. Thank you so much. That is the end of Mr. O'Leary up here in the pit booth. Now, I want to have a look at that again, Tom, because that incident did look a little bit bizarre from Castro there. I'm not quite sure where he was going or what he was doing, but he's just got overtaken and then completely brakes, gets all squirrely, and kind of uses that BMW as a stopping point on that one as well. So I'm expecting that there might be a little bit of a penalty on his way through for him there, Tom, as well. But you've been quite lucky. Come in under safety car. We're going to go for another lap. If the lights don't go out this time, it will be one more, and then we'll be still going again before we get back up and running. But been very interesting so far. Tom, have you managed to catch any of this before you've come in?
I've kept an eye on it as best as I can in the last hour or so, James. And it has been a rather interesting one. This is the third safety car intervention of the race so far. And, we've had a few traffic jams, as I've mentioned to you, not too long ago. But going back to that accident with Jeremy Castro, we had been told that it was some hardware issue that caused him to run into the blue and black machine ahead of him. I couldn't quite tell which car that was, but he couldn't go to the run fair on the left hand side because there was a car next to him, so that was not an option, which answered my question as to whether that could have been a better option for him to go down, but it would not have been, because he'd have taken that car with him to his left. So it was a very bizarre situation. But if it is a hardware issue, then that's really unfortunate. So he's got to have some proof, really, that it was a hardware thing. But it's hard to really get that hour at short notice when the race control have got a job to be doing in handing out penalties as sweet as possible to make sure the integrity of this race remains intact.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see on that one. As he said he had no brakes. Well, if he's got no brakes, he's got no brakes. So, but again, that will be checked, obviously, with throttle inputs and whatever else is going on at this moment in time here. We've currently still got, I think Ron Wolf is finished. We're down 37 at the moment. Tyler Agostino is in that huge-ass blue car that was involved in that incident as well from Jeremy Castro. But it's been an exciting one so far. RPM Black FTR now have got Richard Corford, the boss man himself, in the car. I'm rooting for my son's Ian Bertolucci's team, says G Bertolucci Jr. So welcome in. Thank you so much for that one. So Ian Bertolucci's there being cheered on by his dad. So well done, Dad. Thank you so much for coming. That's the SimGrid Phoenix team, who are currently in the TCRs. They're leading with Matthew Malheur in the front of their car, in the car at the moment. So thank you so much to them as well. Don't forget, if there's any team managers or drivers that have been waiting around why we have been under caution and you want to come and have a chat, then just let me know on that one. So there we go. Also, end of lines. If you've been told you've got an end of line penalty, please pull out of line and serve the EOL, which means you will have to pull out a line and drop all the way to the back. We are going to go one more. When the lights go out, we will go green the next lap, but at the moment we're on lap 72, still under caution, and an hour and 50 to go here. So there we go. Lots of time left for some of these drivers and some of these teams to get back up the order, I think, as well. It's been a race of nutrition here, Tom. I think whoever seems to have kept it out of the wall and kept it out of trouble seems to be the one who's doing well.
Yeah, well, I'm just one thing I was going to ask, actually, because we saw this in the last safety car intervention, was lapped cars. Because we saw a few lapped cars be allowed through past the safety car and get back a lap of themselves. Now, I wonder if we'll get something like that again if there are any lapped cars in the field. That we're looking at the 275 of Jorge Correa, who's racing, just looking on the position of where he is in the field. He's 36th overall. Bottom of out of all those in the GT4s, racing for the Enosis Esports GT4 FTR squad. Will he try and get a lap back, or
they're waiting? I think they're waiting. I think it's going to be him and Miles Owens, or it might be just Miles Owens, should get the wave around on the car in front of their Claus, and they should be able to go all the way to the back. But it looks like the lights are out now, so there's going to be no more wave arounds now while the lights are out. They're not going to get what everybody kind of expected them to get at this moment in time, and they'll have to stay where they are. So the boys from Ineos Esports and Simrace Sweden will have to stay where they are. So we'll keep an eye out and see how that one goes. The gap at the moment, well, Simrace Sweden now only 1 lap back from the guys after being 2 laps down here as well. So they're doing a great job, and fair play to them for getting at least a lap back. If they can get back on the lead lap, will be a great achievement for Simrace Sweden after being involved in that incident earlier on. And so, yeah, we'll have to see how they get on here as well. They've also had a warning that if any driver gets a iRacing penalty related to pit lane infringements, they will not be cleared. So that's speeding in the pit lane. They will have to serve their speeding in the pit lane penalty. Richard Corfor for the FTR Black is going to lead the field now. The pace car is going to be going in very, very shortly. Still doing that little bit of weaving, still trying to keep heat in them tyres at this moment in time, but we are going to be up and running very, very shortly. How's this going to work out here? Chris Van Gooch from the Eagle Speed in the GT3 AMS at the top. 6-second gap going now. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, because for the next hour and 48 minutes, we've got more racing to come. The pace car's going to pull in. How long's Rich going to hold him for? He's holding. He goes, waits for the car. Now he looks like he's already gone. He's gone early as well, before they've even got over the line. It is FTR Black out in front with FTR Red in second, and Rich has got to try and do what Peter Gannon did and open up that gap to the cars in behind. But Chris Van Gooch leading a GT3 AMS at the moment in that Corvette, the one who went for about 70 minutes on the first pit stop cycle. We're not expecting him in for at least, well, we said top of the hour, but he is still out there, so it could be within the next 10-15 minutes we may see him in. He did go and pit on lap 39, and he has not pitted since. So that Eagle Speed Academy car well out of sorts with everybody else, but it is Richard Corfor leading the GT3 Pros. Down in the GT4s, George Gruber still leading the way with Justin Delano tucked in behind him. Peter Parker Dime and Ricardo Machalowski has lost places there as well. He went in second, I believe, at the towards the end of the yellow flag, before the yellow flag come out, and is now down in 4th place. But it could be something to do with the fact that he pitted 10 laps ago. So Michalowski there sitting in 4th overall, but the FTR Black under pressure from FTR Red here, Tom, and for Rich, he's got to keep that Audi in front.
Yeah, he's doing a terrific job so far, just keeping his nose in front. But it's when they come through this section here, all the way down to turn 3, that is where the red FTR car will get a good slipstream and a good run towards turn number 3. And whilst you were mentioning about the leader of GT3 AM, he almost ran into the back of the blue FTR car at turn 3 and got away with it. So he lives to fight another day there. But you could just see that the black FTR car of Richard Corthor just keeping the car in the right place at the right time there, not needing to fend off. And we've got a penalty notice, James.
Yeah, drive-through penalty for Digitrax Black and 126 DDK by Eagle for passing before the start-finish line. Oh, boys, that is not good there. Not good for them at all, unfortunately. They've all been told, they all know that they're not allowed to go and do it. So that's Yannick Willems in the Digitrax team, and who's driving the DDK is Kevin Daniels driving the DDK Porsche, and unfortunately drive-through penalty as they went and overtake before the start-finish line. And we've got another safety car now. Oh, that could be Chase Brown and Justin Delano. Oh, it is.
So Brown on the inside. This is turns 1 and 2. And in actual fact, he joins in the aftermath almost of it. And I'm not really sure why they needed to put the safety car out there. It looks well away from the firing line. I say well away. He didn't look like he was going to get collected by another car, but I think the stewards decided to take no chances with it. But this is Delano who's going to get tagged here.
No,
And
he had the door closed on him. That was the problem. He got his nose stuck up the inside there for Delano. And I believe that may have been a GT3 in front. It is 188 in front of him. That's Jeffrey Rollins from the Eagle Speed. And he goes and... I'm not too sure what that GT4's doing. I've got to be honest on that one. That is not something that you should be trying to dive a GT3, especially when he's going to have you there as well. So, unfortunately, we're back under safety car once more. We'll see if there is something, anything other different. I don't believe there is. I think that was the only one there as well. They will clear the drive-throughs to stop any issues. These will be reissued after the caution. So the drive-throughs at the moment for the guys that have got their penalties, obviously DDK and the 88 Digitrax team, they will be cleared while they're under yellow, but they will end up serving them after the yellow flag. So they're not completely getting away with it. They will end up having to do it again. So yeah, they've survived for this time, Tom, but they have got them drive-throughs coming.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers won't have had too long since they pitted him. But one driver who's gone a long way since he's pitted is Chris Van Goot for the Eagle Speed Academy esports team, who's the leader of the GT3 AM class. The last lap that he had pitted in was on lap 39, and he's only pitted the once in this race. He's got a decision to make. Does he decide to pit in during this caution, or does he remain out there and pit in during green flag conditions?
Well, that's going to be the question that only, unfortunately, Chris Van Gooch can answer. If anybody is there from the Eagle Speed Academy team and you want to come and let us know and give away some secrets, I promise nobody's watching. You can come and tell us what he's going to do in that Corvette. But, yeah, at the moment, he's doing a great job. It was 75 minutes in the first stint. And he's still out there going, and he pitted literally on lap 39, so almost 40 laps to go on that one. And I wonder what he's doing in... There, he is saving. He's up in fourth. There's no need for him to be in fourth gear at 47 miles an hour. He's saving like an absolute trooper here. But Chris currently sitting in that fourth gear, just tootling around. It's another way, if you do want to save fuel, pop it in a high gear and then just cruise it round the racetrack. No need to do anything mad on that one. Again, Corfor's in fourth, Lund Nelson's in fourth, Romano's all the way up in sixth, De Boer's in fifth, as we're seeing Chris Van Gooch there in fourth. Then we've got Ken Coppelin in third. Alex Marsh King is not... yeah, he is now. And then Scott Reza in third as well. So they're all trying to save as much fuel as possible. Some of them down in second, possibly not there. Yannick Williams is another one. Ian Cable's in first. He's not saving. ART are not saving. Geoffrey Rowlands sitting in second as well. But the guys up front sitting in that fourth gear, they are saving fuel here. And Chris Van Gooch is doing it as well. So how much longer can he go? Well, we are going to find out here once more. Let's keep an eye on the weather. 21 degrees track temperature, 90 degrees air, and we're going into the evening. It's 10 to 5 in the evening here, so it will get cooler as the night goes on, which could be an important thing, Tom, especially for tyre wear.
Well, tyre wear, yes, but also visibility. If it gets darker and darker and darker, the drivers will be fully aware of that one. But you know, they're content with where they are. Those who are, you know, they've done their stops around about 15 laps ago, or within the last 15 laps, they can just take it easy with the stops of which they've done. But Chris Van Goot, as we've talked about, has got a bit of a decision to make. And as well as for Matthew Mueller, if I've pronounced that correctly, I know it's a French sort of saying name, the leader of the TCR class, he pitted in on lap 28, and he's only pitted the once so far as well. And how far is he in front of his nearest rival at the moment? He's actually a lap ahead of his rival there, so he will be feeling rather comfortable at this moment in time. He may even decide to just pit in this lap and get the pit stop done. and he won't have to make another pit stop for some time. Will we see any lapped cars get allowed through? Because they're all bunched together now, and it shouldn't be too long before we get back underway with green flag conditions.
Well, it should be some of the huge ass, maybe Simrace Sweden, Sunday drivers, Squadra Veloce might, the ones that are laps down within their class. I don't think that the TCRs at the moment would get a lap, but it's highly possible on the wave around situation who's going to get what here, but we are going to be still under safety car for now, so we'll keep an eye on anybody who's sort of coming through on the left hand side currently, and they'll be able to let us know if anybody up in the stewards booth is there. That would be absolutely great, and tell us what the situation you are going to do with the lap cars, because I know some lets them go through, others make them hold position, so if you can give us a shout and tell us on that one, that would be absolutely amazing, because I think the likes of Jorge Carrera might go through, possibly some of the TCRs might get it as well. Sim Races Sweden and Miles Owens is probably hoping he can get one. The Hugh Jass boys, who still got no rear end on their car, are probably hoping that they can go through as well. People in the pit lane: Giovanni Romano from Hugh Jass White, Scott Rister from Empire Racing, Chris Van Gooch from Eagle Speed. So he has gone in, taking that opportunity under the yellow flag there, Tom, to get into the pits and get some fuel on board.
That has answered our question then about how far he's going to go, and perhaps he's done the right thing by coming in under safety car conditions. I think he's worried about where he's going to filter back in the traffic. We can see there are some cars leaving the pits now. There is the number 17 making its way back out. And where has he ended up there? That's Scott Rister for the Empire Racing team in the Audi R8. He's rejoined 11th in class, but I imagine he's found himself in the midst of all those in either GT4 and TCR, and perhaps maybe those in AM as well. Looking at those on the lead lap at the moment, you've probably got the top 17 who are currently all on the lead lap, and there's still a long way to go. There's plenty of time for things to change, but there are quite a number of lapped cars who are a little bit out of position compared to the rest.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've got that mix of GT3s in with TCRs, in with GT4s. George Gruber's got them all the way around him at the moment. He's got GT3s behind. There's some GT4s in there. And unfortunately for George, he's kind of sandwiched in the middle. They are 3 laps down off the lead car, which is the black FTR. So to be fair, they're only 3 laps, which is not horrendous for George and the boys in that GT4 machine. So a great job from there. What did you do, Scott, coming out in that pit lane? Oh no, you've just slowed right up for Scott Rister on that one. So Yeli Verstraden is in the pits. Chase Brown for the Blue Chip Racing is in the pit lane here currently at the moment. But Richard Corfor leading us around for FTR Black as we're on caution number 4.
Corfor will just be thinking of doing exactly the same thing as what he did on the restart before. So we've got a black FTR in the lead, a red FTR in second, and a blue FTR in third position. Now they'll be thinking about how they want to play this one.
Yeah, I'm not expecting the fact that there's some major team orders or anything else, because obviously at the end of the day, they're all racing, and we've seen the black, the red and the blue all racing each other already. So I think this is going to be a battle right to the end of the race. The safety car lights are out. In he goes now. Corfor is going to lead us away. He's already gone. He's already bolted. Everybody else was napping, and Corfor said, "I'm off then, son. Thank you very much." He's gone and bolted away at this moment in time. Rich Corfor leads the field into turn 1, turn 2 without being remotely challenged. George Gruber leads the GT4s. He's got Parker Dime, Ricardo Michalowski in behind that, and then there is a GT3 separating him from Alex Klenk for the Hugh Jass Gold team. So, yeah, cars mixed up all over the place. Gruber's got a good start. Parker Dime is unfortunately got passed by that Porsche, which is great for him. Now he's going to go. He's missed the corner. Parker! Yay. And that brought back in Ricardo Michalowski, but for Parker Dime, he could have completely been in trouble there, as Michalowski does, in the end, not get through, but hold on to that position from the Mercedes and the BMW.
Yeah, so he's just keeping the car on the circuit as we speak. Third in class is the ART Sim Racing car. I think that's 4 that's meant to be pronounced, unless I'm wrong. But we've got a retirement by the looks of it from the Squadra Veloce Bravo by Eagle squad for Strutton, who's been in the pits for a long time. And the same for Chase Brown, because he's been in the pits for a long time whilst under the safety car. And now we're back under green flag, so I don't know what on earth is going on over there.
Yeah, not sure. Tyler Agostino, Hujas Blue, been in the pits for about 29 minutes. Jelly for Stratton from the Squadra Veloce Bravo. Chase Brown is also in there. And we won't stay too long on Chase, as he's having a little bit of a moment there. Van Slambrook with De Vries and Garcia de la Mata in the mix in the GT3 Pros. Ian Cable and ART Sim Racing 2 have just swapped places. You can see Squadra Veloce Bravo dropping all the way down the field at the moment. Really not doing any favours. The battle with ART though is still raging on. ART Stage 1 Racing battling on the race circuit from David Van Slamsbrook in that Corvette, in a McLaren, doing a great job currently, still keeping the car facing the right way, which was always good for him, and great job overall, but battles all the way through.
The drivers are heading down towards turn number 7. This is Van Slambrook, who's in 6th place both in overall and in class. He heads towards turn number 7. He's had a relatively fine race so far. I don't know how long ago it has been since he made that driver swap with whoever it was he was with earlier, but he seems to be having a good handle of his machine as we speak. In case you're wondering what manufacturer he's racing for, he's in a McLaren, is Van Lansbroek, for the Stage 1 Racing squad. And so he'll be keeping Alex Marsh King, who's in the Ford Mustang. He'll try and keep him worried as he heads towards the end of the 80th lap. There it is. They're on lap 81 now, with less than 93 minutes of this race to go, and we've got another driver from GT3 AM that's headed for the pace.
Yeah, Yannick Williams is actually a GT3 Pros here as Yannick goes in. Van Slambrook pitted currently at the moment on lap 64. He's taking over from Hans Blanquart, who of course in turn had his own little issues as we managed to catch it in the end on where that was taking place. But Lund Nielsen and Corfor there. Lund Nielsen's been in the car for quite a while at the moment for Charlie Lund Nielsen for the RPM Racing Red team, and he took over from Tom Kicchetto, I believe, on lap number 64. So almost 16 laps ago there for Charlie Lund Nielsen, who was in the car the first stint. Took over for the third, so it could be Cachetto wrapping out the 4th stint here. Corfor, of course, has come in from that one, took over from Peter Ganneman, who literally did the first couple of stints. Diddy Tracks, go, says Kevin there as well. Unfortunately, they had a drive-through penalty, Kevin, for overtaking and passing before the start-finish line. So there you go, and it looks like Ian Gable. What have you been up to, son? Because it looks like you've had your own little bit of a moment here. Coming down into the right-hander of turn 3, completely misses it. Goes in very, very deep for Ian. And now it's Geoffrey Rowlands and Giovanni Romano side by side. Chris Van Gooch is in there as well. He's going to take over the sister team Eagle Speed Academy over Eagle Speed Academy by Esports. And he's going to start marching on his way here as well. You can see at the moment, though, Tom, nobody's really building a massive gap currently, and there's staying quite close together here as some of the raging battles rage on up in the GT3 Pros, down in the GT4s with Michalowski and Parker Dime. They're fighting out, but everybody else still quite close together.
Yeah, they don't want to risk sending it, because some of which have only just pitted will not want to pit again for repairs at short notice. They want to try and go as far as they can before they even start sending overtakes on drivers, because you never know with safety cars. Because if you send it on someone and the safety car comes out, it's not really the best of timings really when you want to try and pull away from the car which you've just overtaken. There's a lot of mind games going on, I would have thought, but the drivers still navigating their way through. There's actually a few GT3 AM cars that are sandwiched in between a lot of the GT3 Pro machines, and that could cause a little bit of a problem for those that are needing to get by. So we've got the MRC Endurance team who will need to get by a couple of the AM drivers. The same for Hugh Just White. There's the Eagle Speed Academy esports car who is in the way of the Empire Racing Squad, and we've got another Eagle car in front of what is the Digitras. I think it's the Digitras.
Digitrax.
Yeah. So he's in the way of them. So that alludes to what I'm saying about traffic, of which they're trying to get by the AM drivers, but it's like, where do you go and do it?
We have seen some of the AMs be faster than some of the pros. Giovanni Romano for the Hugh Jazz Mustang with the MLC of Ian Cable. He is trying to get past him currently. Ian in the Audi. He's got Chris Van Gooch, the pit strategic mastermind, it seems like. The fuel whisperer for Chris, who has literally gone absolutely miles on one tank of gas. He's now going to try and look up the inside of Cable here from MLC. Is the man from Eagle Speed going to get him? He's got that inside line. Cable should look, and nope, not be able to come back to him as well. And Chris Van Gooch does get through. Ian Cable now in the back with Scott Rister, who's had a good old few scrapes on that Audi car. He's not in that Audi. Yeah, he is on that Audi. On that Audi, who's looks basically, you can see all the way down the right hand side, and I'm pretty sure that is not the spray paint colour there for that one. ART battling away here with Slab and Slambrook, and ART have just come through on the rundown into turn 1 minute 28 to go now as well. Tom, what are we thinking at this point of the race? You know, we're 1 hour 28 away. What are we thinking about?
Well, you've got to think about strategy. Strategy is the key thing around here, and a safety car can be called out at any point, no matter where you think it will happen. It's probable that it will happen, given how this race has gone and the number of cars in the field fighting for position and trying to navigate their way past those who are not in the same class as they are. There's a number of factors involved in this race now in the last 90 minutes or so. And it's going to be nail-biting stuff to the end. We're going to still see drivers, the leaders, being on the same lap as each other. And if a safety car gets deployed again, it's going to bunch the field up once more. And a lot of those will still stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's what we're expecting, to be blatantly honest with you. We can bring you up the gaps at the moment here, or the overall. You can see how many cars are on the lead lap. Right the way down to Sunday Drivers is the first one who is not in the GT3 class, and he's sitting down in 17th. There's Preston Michaels at the moment, who is not on the lead lap. Neither is Kevin Daniels from DDK by Eagle, but they've had a bit of a rough time at this one. So we'll see if we can get anybody from the DDK team in and coming to have a chat with us. And we'll see who we can get on that one, because that would be great if somebody would come and have a talk to us. We're not that scary, boys. Come and have a chinwag and tell us how you've been getting on here, and I'll try and get hold of... Let me see if I can get hold of you. And we'll see if we can get some people in the booth to have a chat with. Don't forget, they just pop into the waiting room, and we will pull you in to the booth after we've managed to get you in on that one. The battle still raging on at the front. Red and black still battling away. Blues dropped off about 3 seconds, but red and black not leaving each other apart.
No, and they're going to be coming up to the TCR cars not too long, or not too far away ahead of them. It's impressive how these GT3 Pro cars can just catch up to the TCRs very, very quickly, so they'll be wary of that. Mind you, there are only 3 TCR cars left in the race. We've already lost, we'll just look through the time page, we've already lost the Huge Ass Yellow and the Huge Ass Blue squads earlier on. We didn't lose the blue one too long ago. It was Jeremy Castro who was in the car when he crashed, at turn 7 before Tyler Agostino took over the car in the pit lane, but the car was too terminally damaged for it to continue. And we also lost the huge ass yellow team after just 21 laps. And we saw a jump in the field there. I don't know if that's just...
it just flickered.
It just flickered, didn't it?
Yeah, it just had a bit of a flickery moment. So let's see if we can get some people in the booth and see how some of the guys are getting on, and we'll go from there. But core 4 at the moment leading the way, and we're coming into that back end of the TCRs again. This is where Peter Gannon last time literally used this traffic, or Patrick Gannon, sorry, used this traffic to his advantage, and he opened up nearly 7 seconds on the red team behind, and now is Rich going to do the same thing here? And he's got to be looking at trying to go up very, very shortly. He's got to look at the inside. He didn't. FTR Red waited and waited. Are you going to go around the outside? You're not. That's going to open up the door. I am surprised he actually stayed there, Tom, to be honest with you.
Yeah, is that Evan Campbell who's in that TCR car ahead of him? I think it is, isn't it? So he's just stayed out of the way now. But I'm surprised he held them up for as long as he did there, because it shouldn't really be intervening with their race. I know there's a thing of, well, you just got to pass them everywhere you can, but there's a difference between making it as tough as they can and knowing that you're not going to be as quick as them, so you might as well just not get involved in their race and get on with yours.
Yeah, but the problem is they caught him at a very horrible point. I think that's the thing. They caught him at a very, very horrible point there, and he was kind of stuck between a rock and an hard place of what to do. So, fair play for him for managing to do what he could do, but there was not a lot of other places he was able to do. As Kevin Daniels from DDK chasing Sunday drivers, Preston Michaels. This is a battle, believe it or not, for 17th and 18th on the road. And neither of these are in the same class. Preston 5th in GT3 AMs and Daniels 13th in GT3 Pros. So they're not in the same class. It's just for points positions. Don't forget, as Ewan explained to you earlier on, it's one continuation of point systems. So they will take points away from the pros if they currently stay where they are. All right. So they will take points off the pros here if they currently stay where they are. Game over for us after a crash with a TCR. Who is us? I love it when they say us.
I think it was the incident with Jeremy Castro. I think that's what they were saying earlier. That might be what they were alluding to. This is Ian Cable. Is that the same one as earlier, where he went wide and then was able to slow down in time?
That's the stage 1 racing boys. So that might have been the one with Castro. Who was in that team? Hans Blanca, but who was behind the wheel? It would have been David Van Slamsbrook. David's still going. Kevin, tell me more. What team name are you, dear sir? And we'll try and find the incident. But yeah, GT4 is still going at the moment. George Gruber, Parker Dime, and Ricardo Michalowski.
I think it's the sort of light blue and black sort of striped machine, James. That's what he's alluding to. It's the vast majority of it's like a light blue, and then it's like a strip of black that goes across the front end of it. I think that's what he's alluding to. We were just keeping an eye on what's happening. This is we were just looking at the backline in the GT4s actually. And in case you're wondering where they are, so we've got George Gruber in the 281 Torque Freak Racing by TFR LAB in the lead of that. I had a Parker Dime for WBM White, and it's Michael Michalowski for ART Sim Racing 4 in the 258, making up the class podium in there. And I can tell you, for your information, in that respective group, the top 6 are on the lead lap in their own class.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is the situation.
This is the incident.
Yeah, that was the incident with Kevin Deckers. That was for the Digitrax White, who unfortunately had no brakes and goes and puts him into the walls. So yeah, Kevin Deckers, that was the end of the Digitrax White team. And unfortunately, dropping down the order now. Kevin Daniels still not past Preston Michaels there, and there's still battles developing down in the GT4s with Riccardo Michalowski and Parker Dime. That one, TCRs have all settled down. There is Ian Bertolucci, Mr. Bertolucci Jr., sir. As your son's out on the racetrack in his TCR, winning the TCR class by near enough a minute and a bit over Ryan Chevalier. So great little bit of action. Justin Michaela and Riccardo Michalowski and Alec Clint and Justin Delano all in the mix together here for the GT4s battling out. This is a battle for 4th, 5th and 6th in class, Tom.
Yeah, this is a good battle to watch now, actually. And now we are seeing the Huge Ass going into combat now with the Vulture car as they head through turns 12, 13 and 14 shortly. But yes, it is a very good battle that we are watching right now. And yeah, just going over the line to complete another lap there, but they just need to be wary of the GT3 pros coming through, because there's more coming through as we speak.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is Delano. He's trying to stay with Klenk from the Huge Ass Gold, and then Michaela from the Treehouse Racing. All three of these GT4s really want to be together. Delano's going to set up his position. He's got an opportunity here. Is he going to be able to go around the outside? He's not, but he's kind of stuck in a bit of a rock and a hard place on the run down from turn 4 now through the left-hander of 5. Justin Delano, is he going to be? No, I don't think he's going to be able to benefit from this. I think his opportunity was that GT3, and he did not make the most of it. Unfortunately for Justin Delano, he's going to be back in behind Alex Klenk, and now Klenk's going to survive another lap. But that should have been Delano through, to be honest with you, because he should have made the most out of that GT3. It was just gonna die Michaela, and they're in the pits, and they're in contact. Oh.
And it's brought out the safety car as well, James. So we've got safety car number 5. We've got another incident that's just happened further back by the looks of it on this replay. I don't think that anything has happened here. Oh no, he's going to lose it into the wall. Yeah. He loses his rear wing, so that'll be him into the pits. But that's nothing in comparison to what we saw. This is Mark de Boer who was going through on the Huge Ass car ahead.
Turning.
Yeah, oh dearie me.
Bro, where do you expect him to go, Mark? He can't Harry Potter up a chimney, son. Oh, mate, he was already turning. That's like diving. Oh.
This is similar to what happened to the incident involving Tom Weston earlier when he took the escape road, when he knew he was going to completely miss the apex and possibly taking another car out, which he didn't do so on that occasion. And that has prompted the safety car. And what has that done to the machines involved in that? I think Mark de Boer was able to...
No, jump back to the pits.
He jumped back to the pits. The car was too turned. Yeah, he struggled to even get the car. Just keep it. Yeah, his steering's broken. The suspension's broken somewhere, so he's struggling to even get that car around. Don't bother holding up the field because you're going to cause more problems there. And so he did the right thing, but that incident really should not have happened. He knew it was far too ambitious. He was too far back, and I think the problem with that corner as well, it really catches you out, and you just know that you're going to miss the apex as soon as you get to that right-hand side before the corner. I think once you exit the second kink after turn 6, you can't really commit to going to the right because you're not going to make it.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to make that. There was no way. Not with the problem was not with that GT4 already turning. I don't know where he expected him to go. The GT4 was already on his rotation, and that is you've come. You don't even know you're there. And then what even makes it worse as well, Tom, he didn't even make the apex. He hit the curb, and then bounced the car up in the air. If he'd made it cleanly, then I might have given him away. But he didn't. He hit the curb there, bounced into it. You can't. And then, I'm not quite sure where the GT4 of Justin Michaela was going there. I've got to be honest, that was a very bizarre scenario where all of a sudden he just shot off in the opposite direction. But he hits the curb, goes into him. Watch this, bang, and it puts him across the other side of the track. So that was a little bit bizarre there as well. But yeah, no way can he You know what I mean? I don't even know what he was expecting.
Yeah,
on
I
that
don't
one.
even. There was even a little bit of runoff on the other side of the curb, which he could have even taken to avoid riding over that curb and just give the position back. But he didn't even choose to do that. He knew he wasn't going to make the corner on the apex. He just completely used Michaela as a brake. He used him as a brake to make the corner. It didn't work, and it backfired him quite literally, and sent Michaela to the other side of the barrier on the right hand side. So we've got another safety car intervention then, which is bunching up the field again. We've got the GT4s are just coming round to get to the back of the Crocodile. But for those one driver is without a rear wing, we were looking at what's his name that just lost his rear wing when he lost it by himself at turn 6. Alex Marching, I think it was, for the fabulous Ford Skin Racing squad in the Ford Mustang. He lost his rear wing when he went into the barrier there, and I'm actually amazed he's able to continue.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he don't go into the pit lane. Mark de Boer, you are in the pits, bro. You're going to be in there for quite a while. But interesting as well, Justin Michaela's still out on the racetrack, and he's solo for the 4 hours, is Justin. So he's currently in race control, protesting about what's just happened while driving under the safety car that his crash caused. And who says men can't multitask, eh? I don't know. I mean, it's all just made up fallacies by women who ask their men to do something, and then we have to sit there for 6 months and wait as well. So, yeah, unfortunately for them. Right, what do we got, Lewis? How are Blue Chip Racing running? Right. Blue Chip Racing himself, currently at this moment in time, where are Blue Chip? Am I going blind here, or have I just literally lost? They're not in the top 30. They're out. They're out, aren't they? Yeah, they're out. If you're talking about Chase Brown and Blue Chip Racing, they are out of the race. They managed to do 77 laps, unfortunately. Let's see if I can find who would have been in the car at that moment in time for Blue Chip. It was Chase Brown, wasn't it? So yeah. Let's see, Lewis, if we can show you what. Nope. No. No, I can't show you because there's nothing showing up for Chase at that moment in time. Who else would have been in? Thomas might have been in the car, to be honest.
Well, whilst you are watching...
Yes. No, that's on lap 28. I don't think the replay is going to go back that far. I'd be very surprised if it does, to be blatantly honest. Yeah. No, so it wasn't Thomas either. Confused. You carry on for a minute.
Okay, so we've got the two RPM racing cars, the black and the red, in first and second places. The blue that was with the duo has dropped back. And where is he now in the pecking order of this queue here? In fact, he came into the pits some time ago, and he's left himself all sorts of work to do. They've been in there for quite some time, actually. They've been in there for a whole lap. So what on earth is going on with that machine at the moment? It must have picked up some damage along the way. And just looking to see on the order who was in that car when they came in. So it's Yashal Yunus who was in the seat. And they've been in there for some time. They've been in there for over 6 minutes. They've been in the pit line for over 6 minutes.
That was the crash we just watched. That was him going up the inside of the GT4.
That well explains it.
Yeah, that was the one we watched just a minute ago, where we said that Mark de Boer was in the car. He literally dived Justin Michaela. There's the RPM Racing Blue. Goes and dives from a long way back. Hits the curve on the inside. Punts the car on the right. Into the wall, just there. It goes across and hits the rear end and then shoots the car. So that was Mark de Boer in that car. Ivan van der Linden is in. Yannick Willems is in. Tyler Campbell, Jake Wimborne, Lorenzo De Vega from Eagle are all in. Pretty much most of the field have taken this opportunity with the possibility of getting to the end. Great group of boys. Dunn, Fane and Brown are terrific blokes. Very happy the Bertolucci Muller combo team are running well in TCR. Yeah, they're up front at the moment. Bertolucci for the Sim Group Racing Phoenix boys is out in front. Jelly Verstraeten is finally out in the car after being in the pits for 8 minutes. Gilles Philippart from DDK Eagle is back in the car as well and is in pit lane. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. And we'll see of going. They broke them. There's an update on the tyre barrier. The situation with Justin Michaela. I was just talking to him at the same time. So somehow Justin is doing multiple things at the moment. He's in the pit lane now. He's been in the pits for a minute and a half. And basically with the tyre barriers that he ricocheted off and come back, he said they broke them like a year ago. Instead of taking energy out, they launched the car back out on track with the same velocity. So I filled out so many support issues. Yeah, unfortunately, Justin, it did look like you got shot across the side of the circuit on that one. But White was sit under safety car here. Richard Corford is still going round, and the safety lights are going to be on that one. Let's bring Mr. Dan Peoples back into the booth, who has just decided that he wants to come in because he likes the sound of his own voice. Dan, how are you?
You are one, Parfitt.
Hey,
I love you too.
I've not heard from you for ages.
Oh man, yeah, we're
Give us a
we're happy.
rundown. Yeah, you're happy back on the lap.
Yeah, back on the lead lap. We managed to. I mean, Miles took a really risky. He went against what I said, and it's paid off. So yeah, props
He
to
was
Miles.
right and you were wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, probably not the first time, eh? Dan, has this got anything to do with maths? Because we know maths ain't your strong point.
Oh my God, this goes 2 years back already, I think.
Yes, it does. It's not maths and field calculations, is it?
No, it isn't. I just
okay.
wasn't prepared to take the risk to stay out the last time. I just wanted to take the fuel, be sure to make it to the end, but we needed an extra caution to make it to the end, and we've got that now. So one more stop. And back on the lead lap. We do have a longer stop. We are aware of that, but yeah, we can fight from this position again.
So you're saying you can't go to the end of the race now? You've got to stop one more time?
Yeah, we've got 33 litres left. We have to stop at least one more time.
So is this you taking the wave around to get rid of the pit stop, or can you not go in the pits after he gets the wave around to get some extra fuel in?
No, we're not allowed because pit entry is closed. If we do that,
is it? Is it still shut?
Yeah, it's been open already, so it will stay shut until the end of the safety car period. But
you had to get your wave around, so that's why you didn't go in.
yeah, exactly. So we wanted to get our wave around, get back on the lead lap. That's the reason we didn't go in. Yeah, Miles was completely right with that.
Good job. At least one of you is, Dan.
Yeah, lads, I do want to say one more thing because I did forget to say this the last time I was in here. That's actually the reason I came back. I do want to say a really great job to the whole FTR Events crew. I love this. This is something unique with the safety cars that they're doing, something that you almost don't see at all. And they've been amazing at it. Also, the stewards doing an amazing job, and you guys as well.
Oh, you have to say that really, Dan, don't you?
I'm just being honest. I love this format. I don't think you can get it anywhere else with a safety car like this.
No, you can't. You're right. And to be fair, it's probably the first ever multi-class series we've seen with cars that are only 7 seconds apart in pace from GT3s to TCRs.
Yeah, exactly. It does make it tricky overtaking, especially the TCRs, because on a straight they're actually not that much slower, but they just struggle out of the corners. So you catch up to them pretty quickly on the exits, which can catch you off guard a bit if you're not careful. But yeah, I mean, this is one amazing thing that they've been able to put together, and I know how difficult it is. We've tried it with another series as well, trying to do multi-class safety cars, but oh man, to try and find a system that actually properly works, yeah, props to them for doing that. Really amazing.
Yeah, awesome job. Well, Dan, thank you so much. Good luck out there. But clearly, let Miles do the maths, and maybe you do the driving.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you very much.
Right, take care. There you go, that was Dan Peebles from the Sim Race Sweden esports team as they're finally back on the lead lap, and well done for them. It's only taken, I don't know, probably 15 to 20 laps to get them back on the lead lap, but they have managed to do it as well. So big props. We're still under safety cars. Safety car lights are not going here, but no, we don't hear from Dan for a lot of time. Then we have him 2 times in I know, Phil. Tell me about it. I wasn't expecting him to come back either. Like I said, I'm sure he just liked the sound of his own voice. But nothing's changed, though, Phil. We still ain't doing maths properly on that one. If anybody wonders what that is in relation to, it goes back probably a couple of years to Road America, where he just completely got the pit lane time wrong, all of a broadcast that we were doing, and he completely got it all wrong by about 30 seconds, so it's kind of stuck with him on that one. Safety car lights out this time though, Tom, back up and running soon, and black and red still out in front.
Yep, and he's got the red behind in P2. I'm looking at who pitted in during that safety car period to see how far they can go before, well, see maybe if they can go until the end of the race, because if they get another safety car period, that's more fuel potentially being saved, and they may not need to make a driver swap or make another fuel addition to the cars. I'm looking at GT3 Pro. We've got the Enosis FTR GT3 squad in 7th place. We've also got Stage 1 Racing, who pitted in also. The 9th place car, Yannick Vilmans for Digitrax Black. We've got MRT Endurance Team, who also pitted in during the safety car, and also Tyler Campbell for the fabulous Fordskin Racing squad. For GT3 AM, looking to see who actually pits in. We've got the driver in 4th place, Lawrence de Villiger for the Eagle Speed Academy squad. Who else also in AM? Just looking to see. I think that's it over the course of the safety car period. So in GT4, I think the top 3 did pit in before the safety car allowed them through. And as far as TCI is concerned, I think the most recent pit stop has been over at Fun Wheel Drive, where Evan Campbell came in on lap 86, so not too long ago. I'm just going to see if the safety car lights are still on. I don't think they are now. No, they're out, so it will be peeling in at the end of this lap, and we'll be under racing again with just over an hour remaining.
Yeah, here we go. Black's out in front. He's leading red, and they're leading Aspire. As well as the safety car lights go out, and safety car is going to be peeling in this time around. Is this going to be core 4 going once more as soon as the safety car goes in? Well, we're going to find out very, very shortly, as he's waiting for that safety car to go round that final corner now. Richard Corford leading the RPM Black, or the RPM Racing Black FTR team in that Audi. Why he's weaving, I would be leaving. Let's put it that way, as I'm a poet and I don't know it, but I would not there. Is he going to back him up? He is going to back him up this time. He's going to take him round the corner. When's he going to go? He's already gone now. Richard Corvo running away for FTR Black, and he's escaped straight away. He has, however, left FTR Red under pressure from the Aspire of Kevin Copeland, who is pushed right in behind him at this moment in time. And is he going to be able to get that move done? That's going to be the question. Not this time by the looks of it. Further down the order, Scott Rister from the Empire Racing. There's the TCR in the mix as well. That's Ian Bertolucci. He's playing his cool up. He's been here before after the first safety car. He doesn't want to get any problems. They're too wide behind him. Almost as well. Are they going to be able to make it through? It is. That is Ryan Chevalier, I believe, who is a lap down on Bertolucci. I think for Bertolucci's got a bit of time here, but Bertolucci playing it safe with all of these GT3s rushing through. He's going to be keep coming and coming and coming, because then there's going to be GT4s, but he does not want to allow Chevalier to go in front of him and get his lap back here. Ryan Chevalier at this moment in time for Scudier de Grauch is just going to have to sit in behind and go through it. So we're going 3 wide into turn 8 on the right hand around before we go round what is the traditional park setting of this lap. And there's a GT4 dying up the inside of Chevalier. It's all a bit hectic, Tom, because everybody's all over the place.
If you're in a GT4 or a TCR, it must feel like a nightmare just having to let those cars through. It's just getting on your own race and fighting it out with those. But like you say, Bertolucci fending off Chevalier, they're not on the same lap, but like you're saying, he wants to stay on the lead lap in case they get another safety car, and that way Chevalier will be back in the fight for the TCR class win. And it's the same also for Evan Campbell, because he's also a lap down on the leader. Both Chevalier and Campbell will want to get by Bertolucci as quickly as they can, so it gives them a chance later in the case of a safety car. And we see a little bit of tussling going on further back as we see more of Bertolucci having to stay out of the way of, I think Chevalier has got ahead of him. I think Chevalier is ahead of Bertolucci and effectively back on the lead lap as he is.
Yeah, Ryan Chevalier is in front of Bertolucci now. He did manage to get through and he's got his lap back. He's sitting on the lead lap, but he is 1 minute 44. Bertolucci's gone round! Oh no! Was that all? It looked like it was all on his own for Ian Bertolucci. Oh no, there was contact with the GT4! Dude, what are you doing? He drove so well and he's just sitting there and waiting. He's had to do a 3-point turn as Ian Bertolucci. And that was literally because he stuck his nose up the inside of a GT4. Oh, Ryan Chevalier is now only 1 minute 38 behind him because of that incident, but it just goes to show how quick it can change as we got a battle for the GT3 AMs, Brian Fratina and Rahabush from ART battling it out here as well, Tom.
Yeah, well, it's a terrible shame for Bertolucci, but at least he's still in the lead of the TCR class, and we are watching a battle. This is Fratian in the GT3 AM having to fend off the ART Sim Racing car as they go through turn number 3, and this is getting very feisty between the top 3 in that respective group, as they know they're into the final hour and they are genuinely battling for position. But I think behind them there's actually a number of GT3 pros which they've got to be mindful of.
Yeah, Garcia de la Mata from the Ineos FTR is also in the mix. Of course, we've seen what happened to that car earlier on as well. There was no nose on it. Francisco Boronavo drove the car without literally a nose cone at one point. There was the front end was gone for Boronavo, but now he's sitting 7th in class at this moment in time. GT3 AMs, though, up the front. ART, Equipment Geek, Giovanni Romano from Hugh Jass wants to try and go through. Can't get through at the moment. Miles Owens is now battling. He's trying to get into the back of Justin Delano, which he is doing at the moment. Is he going to be able to make up? They got back onto the lead lap for the Sim Racing Esports boys. If they throw it away now, well, boys, you're donuts, because you've worked so hard to get this car back up there as well. Julian Crassis, who I've had a conversation with, has just been dived from Clink and Hugh Jass. There's contact between Hugh Jass. They're leaning on each other coming down here round the final corner. There's no room given in the inn. Oh, you're going to have to find another barn to sleep in there, unfortunately, for just Julia from WBM. No room left from the Hugh Jass Gold team there, Tom, and he just had nowhere to go.
Well, it was a little bit desperate that from Alex Clank getting his way through. He got through eventually, got alongside before turn number 12, but that so easy could have been curtains and maybe another safety car. But he got through cleanly, and now he can go after Michalowski and Baraklov. Now, just for your information about Hugh Jass Gold, their last pit stop was on lap 74. So, by theory, we should expect them to be one of the next drivers in for a stop before the others do.
Yeah. See how this one pans out for Clank. He's got to get on his bike a little bit. Delano's still got Owens closing in. They are closing on a WBM white, boys. So he's going to have to be a little bit sensible here. Don't battle unless you really have to, because otherwise, for you, Julian, you are going to be dragged into this situation. Miles Owens, Delano, GT4s are hotting up here. Spicier than a Vindaloo in a curry house. GT3 AMs also going for it. ART and Equipment Geek battling here as well. Lap 100 here in the 4 hours of Belle, and it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter in this race at the moment, and it's getting no hotter than the current GT3 AM battle here. Tell you what, Tom, this could be spicy in 3 out of the 4 classes.
Yeah, it's nail biting stuff. So we've got a battle for the lead in GT3 play. We've got a three-way fight in GT3 and for the lead in that. And we've got potentially 6 cars in GT4 fighting over the lead in that. And after Bertolucci's spin for the Sim Racing squad in TCR, that is going to give the other 2 cars in that class a chance to get back into it, providing there's another safety car, which it is probably going to happen again. It's just a matter of when.
Well, let's hope not. You know what I mean? I think 5's enough. You know, I think 5's enough. We don't really need any more than that, boys. Come on, you got 55 minutes. You can get to the end of the race.
Clanker's had a spin, James. Sorry to interrupt. He's had a spin somewhere, and he's dropped down the order in class.
Alec Clem from Hugh Jazz. There's no other cars around him. He's going to be on the power too early. Oh, he's up on a curb. A car cannot drive.
Oh, careful.
Oh, Miles. Oh. Oh, dear. Steady.
Oh, he's damaged the rear wing as he's reversed. He'll need to come in to get that replaced.
Yeah. But you can't put your car up on 2 wheels and hope that it works there. You know what I mean? You can't put it up on 2 wheels and hope that it sticks because the car don't drive on 2 wheels. But Miles Owen still closing in, battling GT3 Am, still going on here. Rutger Herbosch is fighting away with Brian Fratian in front. And it's a Corvette, Porsche battle with a Mustang in there as well. Chris Van Goop, this is the top 3 of the GT3 Ams, very, very close together. 3 manufacturers, McLaren, Corvette and a Porsche, all fighting it out here as well. And this GT3 Am battle is not over. I don't think the GT4 battle is finished yet either. The RPM up front of Core 4 is still in that fight with RPM Red. That battle's not finished, and there's still a lot that could go on here.
Yeah, well, there's the Eagle Speed Academy S car of Lawrence de Villiger, who is expected to take a lead of this group at some point because he was one of the last to pit in than the top 3 ahead of him. So we've got the second of the Porsches in GT3 Am stuck in between them, and behind De Villiger is Preston Michaels, who's racing for Sunday Drivers. Look and see when he pitted in. He came in on lap 63, so even earlier than
Tom,
all of those.
2 seconds side by side, going into turn 1 at the moment. Herbosch and Fratian. Who's going to come out the other side? It looks like Herbosch may have got that. He's looking for the run down the outside as well. RPM racing blue for dive bombing and causing avoidable collision. Stop, go penalty. We're 3 wide. Are we always going to make it 4 wide here down into turn 3? Nobody's backing out. Nobody's backing out, ladies and gentlemen. They just managed to go 3 wide round turn 3. Still not backing out. Giovanni Romano, Fratian still fighting out here. Hugh Jash having a go, and also Equipment Geek still fighting and in the wall. Oh, Scott Rister.
Yeah, safety car deployed immediately. That was a big accident on the exit of turn number 6. And you just seen the replay. This is Garcia de la Mata, who gets hit from behind. It's a concertina collision. It's a concertina collision that's just caused that. And, that's really, really big shame there. Well, I was right. Garcia de la Mata's car is totally damaged. That is surely his race over. And also for the... Who was that just ran into it? This is a separate incident. Yeah. Oh, this is the aftermuppet.
Yeah, he just got caught in it there as well. But Garcia, this is Scott Rister. All on Rister on this one. Watch the Ineos boy go round the outside. Oh, you're not in the brakes.
Yeah.
And you know that's really, really bad, because you know what's worse? They have just done so well for the Ineos team to get that car back where it was. And now it's all gone to pot. But I can tell you one thing, it's going to be a race to the end. Everybody now, if they go into the pits, can make the end of the race. Everyone. And I do mean everybody can make the end of the race. So they will have, I tell you what, if you're remotely even thinking about fuel, swapping drivers, whatever, you've got to go and do it now. This is your opportunity. As soon as that pit lane's open, go and do it on that one, because everybody now can make it to the end.
And if they don't do it, they'll have to hope for another safety car towards the end, and then that way they may decide to pit in. But I suppose from their point of view, the more fuel you'll put in, the less speed you'll have all the way down the straight. So for those in the lead, particularly those at RPM, what are they going to be thinking now? Because looking at when both Cawthorne and Nilsson last pitted on lap 64, they've got to pit in. I don't think they've got a choice. They're going to either have to pit in now or stay out there and hope for another safety car later, which is even more risky.
Yeah, you just go in. Go in. You cannot afford to sit back anymore and wait. Get into that pit lane and go and get some tyres, because tyres, fuel, whatever you need, it will then be a straight sprint till the end. We know, and everybody knows that you can make it to the end from here. Icefire, yes, those walls are like pinballs. They changed them apparently like a year ago. Justin Michaela told me, and basically he said they changed them a year ago. He reports them every single time, and still nothing is being done about it. So at the moment we are on a fight with the tyre barriers. There's just nothing we can do currently at this moment in time. But this is it. If that pit lane is open at any point, I expect everybody in this field to be diving in here, Tom, because you've got a free stop that's going to get you to the end of the race.
We've got drivers heading for the pits there. Someone just ducking out to the right there. Who's that that's just ducking out to the right? Or is he just...
No, he's just going through.
I think it's just getting some clean air. So I don't even know if the pit lane is open, James, at the present moment. We'll find out whether we do see any drivers pitting in. I don't know whether we're just waiting for the whole field to get together before they open the pit lane for stops. So I think maybe next time around we are going to see pit stops happening, but it's a difficult one to call.
Yeah, it is. I think that's the thing. It is a difficult one, and at the end of the day, they need to. There is no way, no way that they can not do that. They have to take this opportunity. They have to go into the pit lane. That's it. End of. To get to the end of this race, they need to do it. And I think a lot of these could be doing this here and going into the pit box and getting fuel, tyres, whatever else they're going to need if they're going to get to the end, because you are literally giving a free stop away for no reason now. So let us know in YouTube chat, what would you do if you can get to the end of the race? You've got an opportunity to get one more pit stop in. Would you get it in? I would, definitely. So we'll see what everybody else does out there on the race circuit at the moment.
And if any of those at the top end of their classes pits in, it could allow others to get back on the lead lap. Now that Bertolucci had that spin earlier and the safety car's been deployed, that has allowed both the Scuderia Gronch and the front-wheel drive cars to get back on the lead lap as he is. So the battle for the TCR win is very much on. And looking at GT4, that's very much on by the grand scheme of things. The top 6 are all on the lead lap, as far as I know. Michael Derby, or Michael Derby as they may call him in America, in the High Just Black squad, he's a lap down in 7th place in that respective class. In GT3 AM, we've got the top 4 on the lead lap. Preston Michaels is a lap down in 5th place for Sunday drivers. And finally in GT3 Pro, we have got the top 9 all on the lead lap. So it's safe to say it's game on for the win in all 4 classes. Hence why you shouldn't take your eyes off the action.
That's why Bertolucci, though, is quite lucky. He's at the front of this field between red and black. Chevalier is right at the back. Campbell is even further back, not too far away from Chevalier. So them two fighting could save Bertolucci here, because Bertolucci's at the front. The problem with that as well is he's got all the other cars coming at the same time. So for Bertolucci, he's going to have to be even more careful on what he's going to do here, because everybody is in and around him. So hold on to your horses. This is it. I think they're all going to peel in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are you going round?
I don't think they want to be stuck in the queue. I don't think they want to be stuck in the queue in the traffic in there. They're trying to get track position, James. So looking at those who've just stayed out, If we get maybe
But
who's stayed out there.
It's not going to make a bad blind bit of difference. They're not, unless they pitted not long ago, which all of these cars that are going through did not. This is the problem. 92. I don't think they're going to make it. I think the fabulous Ford Skin, Diddy Track, Stage 1 Racing, I think they've all got to pit again. I don't think they're going to make it from lap 92, which was 10 laps ago. Oh, I tell you what, if you boys have saved 10 laps of fuel, fair play to you. It's going to be very, very close, though. Very, very close. And if they make it, I'll eat my hat. But, yeah, very, very close on the people that have stayed out.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some laps cars be allowed through, particularly the TCR cars, James, because there was that one in between the two FTR cars before they all started peeling in. So we've got all of those. That looks like a bad thing.
Oh, that's changed. Chevalier's taken a lead. He didn't go into the pits. Matthew Muller did. Evan Campbell looks like he has. He's come out right behind Matthew. And Chevalier's there as well. This fight is not over either in the TCRs. Where are the GT4 situated? Barraclough has got Yanis. No, it is. Barraclough's there. Mikulowski, where are you? In the middle. Barraclough, you're at the front as well. So, very, very interesting situations going on at the moment here, with people all over different places of the race circuit in their respective classes. The Eagle Blue cars should be able to go to the end.
Well, we'll wait and see.
Eagle Blue? There ain't an Eagle
I'm-
Blue, Phil. What are you talking about? What are you all about, son? Ain't an Eagle Blue.
So the Eagle Blue car that he's alluding to there,
Unless he means
Chris Van Goo or Kurt Verstraeten. It's one of those two, I think.
no, it ain't Chris. Is somebody waiting to get their lap back here? No, you're not. No. There's people all over the place at the moment, and it's very difficult to decipher who is where. Who is in front of you? 26. That's Kevin Daniels from DDK.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin Daniels from DDK is in front at the moment. He should get removed now because he's not the car behind the safety car. So he should get.
I think he's been allowed through. Yeah,
he should, because there's Ivan van der Linden. He's the leader as we speak. So Ivan van der Linden there from the Stage 1 Racing is the leader. Digitrack's in second. I tell you what, there's going to be people saving like crazy in this. Yep, sitting in sixth gear. No surprise. Everybody. Where are you, Jace? Did you go in? You went in on 104 for MRC. Ford Skin, Digitrax and Stage Racing. There could be some fuel saving going on. Kevin Daniels by DDK. He pitted the last 63, lap 63. So he can't have much left either.
Well, it's a long time since he came in, so I wonder maybe if he can just come in at the end of this lap unless the pit lane's closed.
Yeah, it depends on obviously the situation out on the racetrack at the moment, doesn't it? On what the situation is in the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye and see what's going to go on here. But this could be a very, very interesting restart as we've got GT4s up the front. We've got Chevalier in the TCRs. He's now mid-pack. Matthew Mueller's mid-pack. Evan Campbell's mid-pack now. So the TCR battle's hotting up. Barraclough is up near the front. Mikowski is in the middle. Justin Carcissis, WBM is in the middle. Justin Delano is there. Dan Peoples, who's taken the car from Miles Owens, is now at the back of that GT4 situation. Sim Race Sweden for the win, says Miles. Well, you never know, buddy. You never know. But let's hope Dan don't repeat the crash that killed you a little bit earlier on. 41 minutes to go. Wow. If I'm ever going to see a hotcake run to the end here, Tom, this is going to be it.
Yeah. I wonder if there's going to be more cars to be allowed past, or whether it was just Daniels who was allowed through by the safety car, given that some classes are going to get in the way of all those trying to peel through. But we'll see how the restart goes. We've got cars laps down in GT3 Pro, including RPM Racing Blue. They got back into the race after being in the pits for so long. Scott Kimbrough in the Empire Racing Squad, they're still circulating. Garcia de la Mata clearly is not, so he's out of the race, along with the other two GT3 pros, so Chase Brown for Blue Chip Racing and Hans Blanquart for Stage 1 Racing, who we lost at the early stages. But it is very much game on now. I mean, the safety car lights are still on, so it'll go round for one more lap at least. That'll give Daniels all the time he needs to get through, so that he won't have to worry about fuel. But he's going to struggle with fuel now. I mean, I would imagine the pit lane is closed unless we start seeing drivers just coming in once more. But it looks like they are committing themselves.
Shut by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's shot now. They're going to have to hope for another safety car if they need to get more fuel.
Yeah. Or they're going to take a green flag pit stop and hope for the best. Well, time will tell. Hold on to your hats, get your drinks, grab your popcorn, get any form of snacks you want, because I can tell you one thing, this is going to be like Chinese fireworks. They're all four divisions are probably still open for a fight here. So hold on to your horses. Let's just put it this way, because it's going to go pop very, very shortly. And there's lots of action still to come here. 40 minutes. We have got a classified official sprint race to go. And that is it. So, yeah. Pay attention, cheer on your favourite teams now, and let us know who you think's going to win in the YouTube chat, because basically, I ain't got a clue. There we go. That's my prediction. Let's see. Fuel going to be a big thing here as well, Tom, I think. Could be a major changing factor.
Yeah, and 40 minutes are remaining. I mean, by the time we get back on the way, or 39 minutes it is, we've got a couple more minutes as well with the safety car. How many laps are we looking then? Well, it takes about a minute and a half to do a lap round here, approx. So how many laps will that be? We're probably talking about... it's difficult for me to work out maths, actually. Probably about 24 laps, something around that mark.
Yeah, possibly. I can't answer the maths question, mate. I've been here all day. Too complicated for me at this time of night. What do we got? 1 minute 30 is the best lap time on a GT3. So if you do 40 divided by, what have we got? 40 minutes. So you need 4 times 60 to find out how long's left, and then divide that by the number of seconds it takes to do the lap. There you go. That's about as good as mouse as I'm going to get here this time of the day. But hold on, ladies and gentlemen, because it looks like the safety car lights are out, and this is going to get hot, hot, hot on this one.
It's going to be nail-biting stuff all the way to the end. 37 minutes of action to come. Will those that didn't pit in the last safety car period be able to go all the way to the end? Answers on a postcard. We're about to go on the way, hopefully for one last time. Hopefully no more safety car interventions, and the safety car will peel in, and Ivo Linden will be on his way over the line to kickstart lap number 108 ahead of the Detroit black car of Yannick Willems. And keep an eye out on all those who have just pitted.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are green, green, green. Ivan van der Linden leads the way with Yannick Willems in there as well. Tyler Campbell sat in behind him. Jack Wyborn in behind that. Giovanni Romano. Now we're going to be picking up on where the GT4 is. It's Barraclough. He is sat in the middle of this pack, mind you, and he has got Eunice behind him now. Mikulowski's only 4 seconds in there. The spread of cars, that's every single class on the track in your picture at the same time. If anybody wants a photo, that was your moment. But now Barraclough is still in there, but he's got the GT3s coming through at him. He has got cars in and around him that he really needs to go. Nielsen's in there in the number 10 machine. Gannon's in there as well. There's been a big crash. It's another yellow.
Yeah, there's a GT3, there's a GT3M and a GT4 involved, James.
Hold on to your horses. Oh, Fratian. Oh, my dearie me. That was... Whoa!
Oh, my goodness me.
Oh, dearie me. It's a bit of a parking lot.
Yeah,
When did that car go?
into the fourth dimension by the looks of it, didn't it?
He went for an audition in Stranger Things. He got his part in the Upside Down at that moment in time. Now, let's go on board here and see what happens to him. Watch. Oh. There we go. Off he goes. And he's in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So there we go. And then we've got Delano having a moment as well. Oh, no. That's Miles Owens in below that. Come on, Miles. Don't tell me you went and did a boo-boo. No. Delano on his own. Oh, Miles Owens. Oh, he just managed to hold. That was a very fast TCR coming in as well. But that was Michalowski and Krasis there. And just, wow. Oh, why did you turn it? Did you turn in? No, he got caught up in all the flying car off to the middle of nowhere.
Oh.
Well, that's opened it up here. That has
Well,
opened it up.
And those who are in the lead still, this is the dream scenario for them. Another safety car period, and it's going to take some time for everything to get sorted out. I wonder if race control may decide to separate all the classes and get them back in their own battles without getting in the way of the other classes.
No. Do you know what? Do you know why I'm going to say that? It will take ages. It will take absolutely ages for them to motor these cars around to get them into the same point. Barraclough is sitting up the front. Then you got Julian Karasis, who was involved in that fracas in the middle. Justin Delano's further down. Dan Peoples is still running. But if you look back at Chevalier in the TCRs, Matthew Malheur is right behind him. And Evan Campbell's not too far back from that. So they're not going to want people being shuffled around like that. He's just basically going to want to stay where they are. It's only really the GT4s that are in the mix at the moment. Barraclough's there. Julian's in the fight as well. But again, for Barraclough, he doesn't want Julian getting anywhere near him. So he wants to stay where he is. So the more cars he can keep apart from him, the better he will be. They will not shuffle them around to get them into an order. Because, as I say, you'll be there all day trying to do that. Literally trying to get them back to where they were. You'll be taking ages. So, yeah, I think it's as you are, should we say, on that one. I love George Gruber there as well, David Barraclough's teammate. It looks like they've got their own airline in Detroit as that car just went rocketing off to the left-hand side there as well. Absolutely amazing. But this has kind of given us a different dimension as well. It might bring back in Gannon from FTR Black and Charlie Lynn Nielsen from FTR Red. They're all back in the fight as such for that second safety car.
Yeah. Those who have not pitted in, I don't think they'll need to worry about pitting in again now because the safety car will remain out there, I'd imagine, for another 10 minutes before this race gets back underway. So we've got the drivers, in GT3M, the teams in third and fifth, the ART Sim Racing 2 and the Equipment Geek Racing cars. Well, they're effectively out of the race now, aren't they? And that hands the Claus podium position to Sunday drivers, the 113 in the hands of Preston Michaels. And yeah, it was a very, very bizarre incident that happened ahead of them. And that increases the number of retirements in the race as well with that. Given that Leonardo Dragotta is also out, one of the GT3 Pro drivers. We also lost the Blue Chip Racing, we lost the Stage 1 Racing, that's 3 from GT3 Pro, we've lost 3 from GT3 AM, we've lost 1 from the GT4, and we've lost 2 from TCR, so we've lost 9 cars in total throughout this race, and we've still got a little over half an hour remaining.
But that was a spectacular incident. You know what I mean? Let's be real about it. It was spectacular. So, you know, I can see where the situation lies, because there was a lot of cars in there. There was a lot of cars in the mix. There was a lot of cars all got involved and got a little bit, you know, questionable, should we say. But at the moment, ART, Aspire and Equipment Geek are all in the pit lane, and probably will be for the majority now of this race. However, that does give Kevin Daniels from DDK the opportunity in front of him. Where is the DDK there as well? How far back are you? 104 at the moment. What are you back from your leaders?
So
5 laps. He's got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, he's got some way to go. Has we're looking at Philippart, aren't we? Here he's 5 laps down, but at least he can gain 2 positions from those that have retired. So we up to 4th in Claus now. Will the DDK. And looking at you mentioned Kevin Daniels in the Porsche for DDK. He is on the lead lap, and the gap he's got at the moment, he's 7 seconds off the lead with the gaggle of cars, which he'll have to navigate through as quickly as possible. Now, will the safety car come in at the end of this lap? I think the lights are still on.
They're off.
No, they're off, so we'll be back. Yeah.
Here we go. Coming back now. Let's see if we can get inside the final 30 minutes now. Safety car lights out this time. And it's going to be up and running once more. In it goes. Van der Linden. Stage 1 racing. FTR Black already pulled out. Posing a threat for Peter Gannon. He's gone already. Is anybody going to overtake before the line? Let's not forget, it is a penalty. He's got to wait for Gannon. Now he can go. He's gone up the inside of the GT4 of Barraclough. There's Frentana's still in the pit lane, but it's all going off. Van der Linden out in front. Williams in second. Campbell in third. Dan Peoples has passed Justin Delano. Let's hope that was over the line. Look at the chaos that's going on here. TCR's in there, but GT4's in there. There's just cars everywhere. Going down now into turn 3, the right-hander. Dan Peebles makes it through over Delano, but he's got the TCRs in front. That is Chevalier in front, the leader of the TCRs, with Matthew Malone. Where are you going? Who are you? And why are you going that way? That's a 17 car as well in that one, Tom. I'm not even sure where he was going.
Yeah, it's going to cause an accident stop, so that's him out of the race as a consequence. And yeah, someone else has spun. Someone else has spun. It's the 68 that's gone round. I wonder if he hit someone or whether he just spun by himself. It's Yannick Willems. He was running second in class, the GT3 Pro.
Well, he ain't now. Oh, hold your brakes.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Straight back across the side of the track, and this was Scott Kimbrough. Not sure what that was or what had happened, but whatever it was, he was just in the way, wasn't he?
Something's broken on that car, James. He struggled to turn into the corner, so that's his race run. We lost 2 more cars then, but thankfully nothing too major. But that spin for Willems has handed second position to the fabulous Ford Skin Racing squad in the hands of Tyler Campbell in the number 69 Ford Mustang. And all those that recently pitted in the safety car period before the last one we had, Jack Wyborn in the the MRC Endurance team is now in 3rd position and right on the tail of the fabulous Ford Skin Racing squad. And, well, I say he's got the Key Just White car behind him going through turn 3. He's having to fend him off.
Yeah, you just for Giovanni Romano. Jack Wyburn for the MRC Endurance team for Jack. He's got some defending to do. Gannon's in there. FTR Black, Lynn Nielsen, FTR Red, Aaron alias De Vries from the ART battling it out. Now into the GT4s. Barraclough's there. He's got 3-second gap to Julian from WBM. He's got 3 seconds to Peoples, who's got a second to Delano. What's going on in TCR? Chevalier there. He's got Matthew Mueller, right? He's about 1.8 back at the moment. There's some diving going on here. That's the leaders. That's Hugh Jess and Jack. What? No, it's not actually. It further down the order, I think that was getting involved in that. That was the GT4s of Alec Clent involved, and that is behind him is Willems trying to come back through the field, who lost it from third. Guys, it's getting very, very hot indeed, and this is going to be a run, straight sprint to the end, 25 minutes on.
Yeah, I can tell you that the ARD sim racing car of Kevin Tiemen has got back out onto the circuit, and he's still in 4th place in class, whereas the Equipment Geek Racing squad have not been able to get out on circuit. We've got a penalty notice.
Got a penalty for DDK by Eagle Speed for oh, come on. Overtaken before the finishing line, or before the start line. So just when you think you can get back in there, Tom Weston, you went and overtook before the green flag dropped as well. Is it a nailed on green flag? Well, look, can have a look back at what DDK did. Where is the start finish line, and did he do it beforehand? We are back up and running. We're just about to go green. Oh, he did, look, slam dunk.
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
2. Is he going to get any more? Well, he got 2 out of class, but you can't even do that.
No, it's a sum done penalty. No complaints either. So he's lost himself time. He's going to have to get that done very quickly, just in case there's another safety car in the near future.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just reading saying drive-through penalty for Eagle for overtaking once on lap 107, and then a drive-through penalty for the same team for overtaking before the start-finish line on lap 110, which is what we've just seen.
Accident, James. There's a big shunt there into turn number 2. Someone's lost their rear wing, and Nilsson very nearly collected it. That was Romano that spun into the barrier after colliding with another machine. If you can get another replay of it, but Romano very nearly collected Nilsson through turn number 2. So who's that? That's just to the right. Yeah, it's the MRC car of Jack Wybom. Just didn't quite leave enough room entering turn 2. Romano hit the barrier on the exit, and very lucky not to take out another machine, as they all went down the back straight before turn number 3.
He hit the curb.
He hit the curb, but I think he was entitled to more space than he got.
He got a car's width. He hit the curb, unfortunately. I don't think that's the MRC's fault, but we'll see what the steward says on this one and see what goes on. Let's see how they get on. But Gannon in there from FTR Racing Black, FTR Racing Red, that MRC in there, Fabulous Ford Skin Racing in second. He's leading this pack, but he's got the boys coming at him. 5 seconds at the moment. He's got 1 second to Ivan van der Linden from stage 1. This would be a recovery and a half with everything that's been going on. Makalowski and Delano running side by side in the GT4. Makalowski's just gone through on that. Dan Peoples is now 0.8, I think he is. Yeah, there's Yanis just up the road from taking the 2nd place away in the GT4s, but it's all kicking off. Charlie Lund-Nielsen, FTR Red, FTR Black, side by side, MRC in there as well. Is there going to be room? No,
oh.
Yes, no, maybe, who knows? He got through, but the skin of his teeth.
Nelson had to be braver on the brakes, otherwise they would have collided through turn 4, and it would have been disaster for the RPM Racing squads. And, you know, the two fighting for the lead earlier are now fighting for P4, and have they got any time, anything left, any energy left to rescue their race win for tonight? Well, they've got Jack Wybom that they need to dispose of in the 93 before they get on the tail the Stage 1 racing car and the fabulous Ford Skin Racing car as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, mind you. I don't think Wyburn's going to be a slouch here. I don't think he's going to let him go. Let's have a look and see where the battles are at the moment. Hugh Just Gold and Vultures down in GT4. TCR's Matthew Malert still in the mix at the moment as well. He's got Scudiera Grouch literally there. So these guys still fighting out in the TCRs. It's all about what's going on. Nilsson on the defense. Gannon putting the pieces in there. He's sticking his nose in, sticking his nose out. He's giving it a shake. He wants to get involved. Does Peter Gannon. It's FTR Black, FTR Red, and MRC fighting for this final podium. I've got to be honest, Wyburn's up 17 places. Campbell in front in the Ford is up 12, and Ivan van der Linde from stage 1 is also up 12. This is going to be a fight and a half as these guys battling it out now. You can see the Audi domination from 3, 4, 5 and 6, but it's a Ford and a McLaren up the front at the moment, and there's nothing these guys can do about it here, Tom. They've just got to keep trying and trying and trying.
Nelson stopped behind the sister Audi of the MRC. He's losing time, so he's got to get the move done as soon as he can. But he's got to be absolutely clever. Going through turn 7, we've seen Joe's get it wrong here, and they very nearly do. And the black car of, I forgot his name. That's just gone. Yeah, it's Gannon that's just gone through on the red one, and he's through into third position there. So I nearly got my words muddled up there. But with so much action going on, but we're seeing a replay of Nilsson sending one up the inside of Wyborn. We've seen drivers get it wrong here. He very nearly caused a big accident, and Gannon was able to take advantage of an open door and make his way through and up into the final podium position in GT3 Pro.
I don't know if he was going to make that apex unless that car was there.
He used him as a brake.
Yeah, he didn't even make the apex. That wasn't a clean overtake, should we say. That was a push to pass. Yeah, he weren't making the apex. He weren't stopping the car. Stop the positions, please, Mr. Stewards, on that one. That's all I got to say, because that was not clean by any shape of the imagination. Dan Peebles, Julian Karasis, WBM White, Dan Peebles in the Sim Race Sweden Esports. Battle for second and third in the GT4s at the moment. And they've got Darren Barraclough, who's a lot further up the road. He's just about to go into turn 3. They're going into turn 3 very, very shortly. So for these guys, still not finished. And they've still got 19 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, we've got people trying to make his way through on the WBM as they head towards turns 3 and 4. Julian Carty's fending off Finis's compatriot as well, believe it or not, as they head through turns 5 and 6. And 4 Mercedes cars are in the top 4 positions in GT4. Which is something to know about. But the TCR battle is very much come alive now between the Scuderia Grouch and the Sim Racing Grid. And it's hotting up between them, as Evan Campbell could well have a say on that, although he is quite some way back.
Yeah. Empire Racing has got to stop and hold for causing a collision. What lap was that? Can't think what lap that was there for Empire Racing. Incident between RPM Black, FTR and DDK is under investigation. Empire, that was the incident with Ineos that brought out that safety car that sent that car up into the shadow realm. That was when that one was, and that was a 40-second stop and hold for Empire. So Empire Racing are going to end up with a 40-second stop and hold after the incident where he went off and sent him into the upside down. As Dan Peebles looks to take that second place in the GT4, he's going to have to force his way through. Is he going to be able to hold it there? They're side by side. He's leaning on him a little bit. Peebles does get through. Now he's got to go after Barraclough. 5 seconds up the road for Dan Peebles. It's all about what he can do now. Stay and keep it out of the wall. That's not going to help you. TCRs, however, side by side, running down into turn 3. This is the lead battle. And Sim Racing Grid Phoenix has got through. Chevalier's not going to give him up, though. He's going to lean on him and wall around the outside here for turn 4. He's going to want the inside if he can. He tries to swap back now. TCR's going at it, and that is the Hyundai Elantras battling it out now, and that is Sim Racing Grid through. But I can tell you what, I don't think that battle's going to be finished either, Tom.
No, definitely not. And the front-wheel drive car is another 10 seconds back from this battle. So it looks like it's going to be between these two for the TCR class win. And the gap between the GT3 Pro of the Stage 1 racing car and the Purvis Ford Skin racing car, the gap is just under 2 seconds between the two. But I can say that Patrick Gannon had just posted the fastest lap of the whole race at 1 minute 28.2. And how far is he off now? He's less than 4 seconds off the race lead.
Gannon's sitting in third at the moment. He's got Ford Skin Racing in front of him. He's got 1.7 seconds to stage 183. In front of that, is fuel going to be an issue for the two boys out in front? Stage 1, Fabulous Ford Skin, 15 minutes to go. We're only going to find out now what is he going to do down into turn 1 in that McLaren. Doesn't sound like he's lifting. Hold on, it doesn't sound like he's lifting.
Make his way through back markers as he heads through. That's a GT. That's TCR car they just went through. It was the TCR car he's making his way through, and he's going to go through. Yeah, it's their lead battle, so we'll just want to make sure he gets through this safe and sound. But the good news for him is that the leaders behind him will have to navigate their way through. That could give Lyndon the buffer he needs between now and the end of the race. But the question is, has he saved enough fuel to get to the end of the race? His best answer is for another safety car, and that could well be the race win going his way, because there may not be any more time left for the race to resume.
He don't want a safety car. No. He don't want a safety car because he'll lose that 4 seconds. He'll lose that 7 seconds. He'll lose all of that gap he's got. Will go in one drop of the yellow. There is no way in hell he wants a safety car right now. The only thing he wants is 14 minutes to go past quicker than that, because he will not get any. He will lose all of his time. So he's not going to have that. He just wants to get away at this late in the race. He does not, definitely not want that in any shape or form. Peoples is 2.8 seconds from Kevin Tierens, who's on the lead lap. That's actually GT3 AMS. He's in the mix here. Darren Barraclough is... How far is Barraclough? 6 seconds up the road. Going to be a tough one for Peoples, I think, in that GT4 class altogether.
Yeah, he's got a long way to catch up in 14 minutes of racing left as Gannon goes through turn 3, trying to chase down the father's Ford Skin racing car. I think he lost time and stuck behind back markers there because he was 4 seconds off the lead. It looks like he lost a second in the last 30 seconds or so, is Gannon, and now he's got to try and make it all back. But I think given he's made his way through back markers, he can have a free run to go after the Ford and the McLaren that's ahead of him.
Yeah, well, I can tell you now, they passed places. Him and Charlie Lund passed 4 times throughout the last lap. So that could involve where some of that time loss has come from. We're going to keep you informed of what's going on. This is Alex Klink from the Huge House. He's got Justin Delano in front. And he's got a GT3 further back here.
It's going through the last corner towards the end of the lap. Is Klink. He's got the Vulture Motorsports car ahead, which he'll want to try and get through as they head through turns 1, but he needs to be wary of the Mercedes that's behind him. Don't think it's on the same lap as he is either, so you're just concentrating on getting through on the 5th place driver in his class, which is Justin Delano. He's still in that position. He's still in the car. The top 6 in GT4 are on the lead lap still. It's still very much wide open, but they are running out of time.
Yep, definitely are at the moment. People's 5.95 seconds to Barraclough. What's going on up front? Ivan van der Linden. Stage 1 racing in the 83 is first. 2.5 seconds away from Tyler Campbell. Patrick Gannon's in there. That's a back marker in front of us. Don't get excited. That's Derby from the GT4, just been overtaken by Gannon. Is Nielsen going to be able to get him here? He is at the moment. It looks like that car's still not got no rear on that car. That is the battle in the GT3 Pros. In the GT3 AMs, Chris Van Gooch leading ahead of Kurt Verstraeten from the Eagle Speed Academy team, and they've got Preston Michaels, who's a lap down at the moment. So it's just them two on the lead lap, both from Eagle Speed. Both want to get these cars to the end, so don't do anything silly. GT4's Barraclough, 5.4 seconds ahead of Dan Peoples from Simrace Sweden in the GT4s. In the TCRs, Matthew Mueller has got Ryan Chevalier 2.5 seconds back, but now he's got GT3s coming through. So there's a lot still to play for, but there ain't got a lot of time left.
No, and you just see that Gannon's got the gap down, so 1.3 seconds between him and Tyler Campbell, and it's very much rage on. So they make their way through the back markers. They're going past GT4 cars now, as is Linden. Linden will just not want any more cars of which to have to navigate through, but it's inevitable. They're going to be much slower than he is, and he's got to fight his way through it without any dramas.
Yeah, he's got to try. This is second in class at the moment. That's Gannon and Tyler Campbell. Campbell's got to drive as defensive as he can. Put them cars, you've got to take risks. You've got to risk it for a chocolate biscuit, son, because you've got to put them cars in behind you. Gannon knows he's got to go at the same time. Every single piece of traffic from now to the end is got to be Campbell, Gannon making it through. If they don't, one of them doesn't make it through, or if Campbell hesitates, Gannon ain't going to give him that opportunity again. But now we know that Mustang's got some gruff on it. It might outpace the Audi going down to the start-finish line. Is this going to be where it's going to come from here as well? Van der Linden, Campbell, Gannon. This is Gannon's opportunity, but watch the pace of that Mustang. Don't open the inside, bro. You're going to give him the inside for turn one. Oh, dude. If you're going to do that, you might as well just give him your house, your TV and your sofa. You were robbed that much.
No, that was a bit cowardly there from Tyler Campbell. Why he did not fight that, I really do not know. But now it's giving Gannon the chance to really close in on Linden for the race lead. And this will not be good news to Linden at all, because we could just see Gannon having to ride over the curb at turn 4 to avoid what looks like a GT4, but he's collided with the GT4, and this could be a safety car.
No, but I tell you what, though, there might be a protest on that one. I was just seeing if Campbell's fuel saving it, and that's why he didn't put the effort in.
Right, okay. So I may take my word back then for what I said earlier, but even so, at this stage of the race, he should have made Gannon fight for it more than...
Yeah. Dude, he literally went in with the gloves and then laid down after the first swing. You know what I mean? He didn't put up any fight. He just... You might as well just let him have it. But I do want to have a look at Ricardo Michalowski. He's still fighting with Gannon there.
Yeah, he didn't leave him room. He did not leave him room.
I don't know if for Gannon's shout, though, he expected Michalowski to not be there. But what Gannon will say is, well, I weren't expecting him there. Yannick Williams has got himself into something else here, just to let you know as well, going around turn 2. That back end's coming round. You've gone too fast. There we go. And into the wall and off that one. Darby, Philippots and Kurt Verstraeten. We've got a yellow. We have got a yellow flag, and this is why. Safety car. Oh, dearie me. Where are you going?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Both boys from the same team.
That was avoidable.
That was second in GT3 AMS. Kurt Verstraeten. Where and who is going to pick?
So was one fuel saving and the other was...
He weren't making the apex. That's the problem. If if Philippus was making the apex, I'd give it to him. But he ain't. He dived him. No way in a month for Sundays is he making that. And I don't know if he expected the guy on the outside to disappear or what the situation was. Hugh Just White and MRC are under investigation as well. That's the incident between Hugh Just White and MRC. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Yellow flag, and the man that's going to be absolutely fuming that this yellow has come out is Ivan van der Linden. He just didn't want to die. Yeah, but Cass, he didn't put no effort in. Cass, I don't go into a boxing match with a pair of gloves on, get paid millions, and then hit the deck. You know what I mean? Unless I'm Anthony Joshua, of course. But, you know, I don't go in there and just lay down on the floor. It's a race, Cass. This ain't a ballet. You know what I mean? And he was racing for third overall. He's got to give it to, he's got to put the effort in. It's not about dying. You're defending second place there, and yeah, Campbell rolled over like my dash hound and got his belly tickled on that one, son, I'm afraid. So there we go. That's my 2 cents. I'll see you in the steward's booth after, Cass, when I'll probably get a call from Rich. James, what was you saying? And why were you being naughty? You can tell I've been there before, can't you?
Yeah. So we've got over 5 minutes remaining, and I think at most we've got 2 laps to go, and these could be the final 2 laps.
Final laps. I think this could be the final laps here.
Yeah. But it depends if the safety car lights decide to go off straight away, and we get at least perhaps 2 laps of action at most. But just
you are effectively looking at about a 3-minute lap. And if the safety car lights aren't off now, they ain't going to be off by the time we get there again. There's possibly, if they decide, you might get one lap sprint. But I can tell you now, we've got an Abu Dhabi moment here, because in front of Peter Gannon is a GT4. No, Mikey, no! Not right, Mikey! Because that GT4 has either got to be removed and sent round, or stay where he is. And at the moment, it's looking like, as across every other safety car, he stays where he is.
Well, the safety car's heading towards the line around about 4 minutes to go. If we're lucky, James, we might actually get a 1-lap shootout. And this is very much an Abu Dhabi moment. So the intensity is most certainly going to rise now.
Yeah. Get your bets in, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen. If you're in YouTube here, what is going to happen? Because unless that GT4 is removed out of the way, we are going to have a proper moment. And that is Carsey's in that GT4. So where are you? That's WBN White, who really did get caught at the wrong moment, and is now sitting in, well, effectively second. But, very, very interesting. And did Peoples... Where's Barraclough? Right next to him. Oh, that would be a GT4 fight and a half, wouldn't it? That's brought Peoples right into it. If they don't go, is the lights on? Yep, the lights are still on.
Well, they may be on, but will they be on by the time they get to turn 7?
Unless it's announced, there's no way they're going to... Normally, that doesn't come off. They don't go off until the end. And if he goes and them lights are on, if this is a iRacing safety, or whether or not it's the race director's safety car, either way, the decision's got to be made that they're going to be going green early. If it isn't going to be made that they're going green early, and we can tell that by the time they get through down into the U shape on the corner, which will be effectively lap 8, this is going to finish under safety car because they're going to run out of time.
Yeah. So this is going to be the only chance then they're going to have any form of green flag racing left. So the yellow lights are still on as we speak. And I don't think received anything from race control as to whether they're going to go off just yet. I think, in my opinion, they should just do it. They should just allow the safety car to peel off, and we can get back underway with the racing. But the lights are still on.
Yep. Everybody, that is it. That will be it, because the lights aren't off. The lights are not off, and that safety car is still going to go round for one more lap. The timer will tick down, and the race will be over. So the leaders that you're looking at the moment, Van der Linden from Stage 1 Racing is going to be in first place. Then you're going to have in the GT3 AMS is Chris Van Gook from Eagle Speed Academy. He's going to take the win in GT3 AMS. David Barraclough from Torque Freak Racing by TRF is going to take the race in the GT4s, and in the TCRs. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix with Matthew Malheur as well. Tom Moles even in YouTube chat, the Mr. Steward man, the boss man, well, in the booth anyway. This will be it, folks, I'm afraid. Man. No, Tom, no. Well, there you go. Nothing more we can say, Tom Cairns, apart from enjoy this parade lap.
Yep, there we go. And Linden will breathe a huge sigh of relief that the safety car has not gone in. And fair play to him on playing the strategy very, very well, because he gambled on the safety cars coming, and it's paid off for him, and that's what's decided the race. For the RPM Racing crew, for both black and red, and maybe blue as well, they're going to feel really disappointed with this decision, aren't they?
Oh, they're going to be livid. Because at the end of the day, everybody was so close. But you can't do nothing about it. When the safety car comes out like that, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do. And they're going to parade under the yellow. And everybody will be where they are. So, gutted. I thought that was going to come to a head then. I thought that was really going to go one more, but it didn't. Safety car is going to hold them and follow them over the line. So let's pick up on your winner. There is one. Ivan van der Linden from Stage 1 will be first. Gannon will be second. And Tyler Campbell will be third in the Ford. You lucky boy, Mr. Campbell. Chris Van Gook takes the win for Eagle Speed Academy Esports in the GT3 AMS with Kurt Verstraeten from Eagle Speed Academy. Another lucky man who's got no bumper in second place. Preston Michaels for Sunday Drivers in third. Darren Barraclough from Torque Freak Racing will take the win in the GT4s with Dan Peoples Sim Race Sweden in second there. Julian Karasis, who is up the front at the moment for WBM, will come along in third. Matthew Malheur from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix will take the win in the TCRs. Ryan Chevalier right behind him in second there. And Evan Campbell in third. For Fun Will Drive Racing will be your winners. And unfortunately, all going to be under pace car. It's all going to be under safety car as we're coming round 10, 11 and 12. Oh, dearie me. That's a shame.
Yeah. We'd have loved a one-lap shootout, wouldn't we?
Oh, bro. I would have been made up with a one-lap shootout. But, as I said, that safety, that car behind is in the wrong place. And then, yeah, to get him round would be an absolute nightmare, and it would all just end up going completely Pete Tong. So, unfortunately, they still can't race. It doesn't matter if the safety car's in. The race is over. The race is finished. Checker flag's out. Everybody comes over the line. Nobody really should be even attempting to make any moves. The race should be finished. That will be the end of it. You can see Giovanni Romano from Hugh Jass comes over the line without a rear wing. Barraclough takes the win in the GT4s. Peoples alongside. Can't do nothing about it. Barraclough there takes the victory. Great job from him. Matthew Muller takes the win for Sim Racing Grid in the TCRs. And well, that was not how we wanted to end this race. So let's bring you up the race results. We'll do them by class. Here in the TCRs, Sim Racing Grid is your winner. Scudi Outer Grange in second. Fun Wheel Drive in third. And then Hugh Just Blue in fourth. And then Hugh Just Yellow in fifth place. In the GT3 Pros, it is Stage 1 Racing, your winner with RPM Racing Black, FTR in second, and Fabulous Fordskin in third, RPM Racing Red in fourth, ART Sim Racing fifth, MRC Endurance sixth, Hugh Just White in seventh, Diddy Tracks in eighth, DDK by Eagle in ninth, RPM Racing Blue, FTR down in 10th, Backmarker, Ineos, Aspire, Empire, Blue Chip Racing, and Stage 1 a lot further back. In the GT3 AMS here, it is Eagle Speed Academy 1 and 2, Esports G and Esports S. Your 1, 2. Sunday Drivers in third. Then you got ART, Squadron Veloce, DDK, RPM, Equipment Geek, and Diddy Tracks White at the back end. In GT4s, Top Freak Racing is your winner. Sim Race Esports, Sim Race Sweden Esports is in second. WBM 1 lap down in third. Hugh Just Gold in fourth. Vulture Motorsports fifth. ART sixth. Hugh Just Black in seventh. Ineos Esports eighth. And Treehouse Racing did not finish the race. I think that was not how a lot of people wanted to finish that race.
No, they all wanted a green flag race in that. I think that's what everyone was praying for. If only the safety car period happened maybe 3 or 4 minutes earlier, we would have got it. But sadly, that wasn't the case. And it was the end of what was a thrilling race. And it was just a shame we didn't get the ending that we wanted. But nevertheless, Ivo van der Linden will not complain one bit, and neither will the Stage 1 racing team. They'll be heading into bed tonight with a very, very high level of jubilancy, it's safe to speak.
I think that's the thing. I think there's going to be a lot of people somewhat aggrieved by what's gone on. And I think the problem is, though, is you can't do anything about it anymore. I think that's the problem. And I think you've just got to kind of suck it up and accept it. I don't feel there's anything more that you're able to do. It didn't finish under the best way. Yes, it finished under safety car, but not a lot that you can do at this moment in time. What Barraclough? And oh, they're doing donuts. That's David Barraclough from Top Freak Racing and Dan Peoples from Sim Race Sweden Esports. So there we go. On that one, well, guys, it looks like that may be it from us here at Detroit. Join us next time as we head to Jerez on the 2nd of November for another 4-hour race, which is surely going to be spicy at Jerez. So thank you so much for joining us. If you are here for the very first time, don't forget like, subscribe, turn on the bells. That would be absolutely amazing, as we've got more great racing coming up for you tomorrow. In fact, we have got tons of racing coming up for you tomorrow, so go and check it out on that one. Tom, final thoughts?
It was a super race. Glad to join in for the last couple of hours. And I'm sure Ewan did a fabulous job with you along earlier on. And looking forward to the next FTR race in Jerez. And hopefully the drivers can put on a show as much as what we saw at Belle Isle.
Yeah, I think they will. They're definitely going to put a show on. So there we go on that one. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. I've been James Parfitt. I've been alongside Tom Cairns to finish off. I started with Mr. Ewan O'Leary. And hopefully, as always, take care. Have a great week. And you never know, we might see you on the track sometime. Good night.